Why is it so noisy? Hold on. It should be good. I checked everything. How you doing? I'm doing all right. In fact, I actually felt sorry, RPK. Got done the first day on the job. It was a half day, essentially, because they put me on an updated schedule. If you guys were on my Discord, you guys know what's going on. The job isn't killing it yet? Nope, not yet. In fact, I actually do like the labor. I like it a lot, actually. I want to keep doing it. Again, it is the first day, so things may change afterwards. I may want to, you know, leave and never come back at some point, but so far, I prefer this way more than sitting at a desk, to be completely honest. Even if it is more tiring, it just feels better, if you know what I mean. Make sure everything's good. This is part 1. Let me swap that to part 2. By the way, there is actually a video that I want to watch. It's actually a review from Psyche again, because he originally did Ghost Frontline 1 and he reviewed Ghost Frontline 2 recently, like a couple days ago. So I do want to react to that, but it'll be after we do the read-through. Yeah, we're doing part 2 of Mímisbrunnr. Mímisbrunnr? Psyche, I feel, has some illogical fallacies in that review. So, I haven't seen it yet. I do definitely want to look at it, because his Ghost Frontline 1 review was pretty good. The worst you can say about it is that it's outdated. But otherwise, I say the review is actually pretty good. And we're doing, and by the way, just so you guys know, we're doing this one first. I know that the Chinese version of Ghost Frontline 2 has updated as well. But since we were in the middle of this, I decided that it's better to just finish this first. And then on Thursday, we'll do the CN event. I feel that's the most logical way to go about things. I know some people are trying to drop some hints about the event. I'm gonna say stop it. You mean Manx? Yeah, I like Manx. Manx is pretty cool. I used to watch him a lot when I was very into Fire Emblem. Nowadays, not so much, but I still respect him as a streamer. He's doing what he loves. Yeah, we'll talk more about Psyche once their reaction happens, which will be in, like, I guess 3 or 4 hours. I don't know how long this is going to be, but I am looking forward to doing that. Yeah, 12 tickets. Yeah, I know. Sir, use your tickets. No. you will stare at my maxed out tickets and love it. Yeah, I would have done it today, but I was working, so. Yeah, we'll talk about Psyche later. For now, we're gonna get into this. Oh yeah, all right. Hold on, let me get a drink first. Like, oh wait, I'm narrating. Let me prepare. All right. Hey, Chamchilo, how's it going? At last, I got you. No. Bang. A bullet tears through Perry's core without warning, sending her body to crumpling to the floor. Her eyes grow dim. The vivid young girl just a moment ago now lies dead, a look of trepidation frozen on her face. Then everything plunges into a bottomless darkness. Yeah, I know a lot of people are actually excited for the new time. Old Neil, okay. Everything's settled. Looking forward to doing business with you again. Thank you for so much for these great prices. You wouldn't have let me slide without giving you a great deal. The person next to you must be the commander, right? Perry mentioned you quite a bit. Hope we get to work together in the future. Yes, for sure. We still got quite a bit left on the shopping list. Let's hurry for the next shop. Commander, let's catch up some other time, old Neil. Alright, take care. Come back if you need anything else from me. I'll be right here for the next few days. The commander and Perry wandered through the bustling marketplace, quickly striking a number of quality orders through Perry's connections. They are greeted by underground brokers acquainted with Perry along the way. You know, I'm starting to wonder if I'm really the one who has been living in the contamination zones all these years. The trading company I worked for had some small dealings with the people here. I became acquainted with a number of them after a few back and forths. It looks like you're more than acquainted. You seem more than familiar with their prices, with their price hiking game after all. That's true. Doing business is all about calculating costs. With me around, the Alma will always get the best deals, and you'll never get ripped off by those unscrupulous brokers again. I've been waiting on you, Perry. What's up with everyone about this cat? this cameo I'm about. I don't know. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. The commander pats Perry on the head. The petite doll happily savors his brief moments shared between the two of them. To finally be able to spend time with the commander like this. I couldn't even get close when everyone was crowding you around earlier. Looks like being tiny can still be a bit of a problem. Given that Sika Technologies' commission has wrapped up smoothly and the Alma's maintenance not concluding anytime soon, I suppose everyone just got a little excited to be able to take some time off. Just look at how they all took off in a flash after their constant chattering just moments ago. Indeed. I sympathize with them. Coming to a market event like this is a rare opportunity after all. Besides, the dolls posted to guard the Elmo, even those who were on sorties all came along. Too bad Lynn was summoned back to Griffin by QJ. Groza, Andorus, and Mekti also returned to the Elmo to give Mainling a hand. Alright, what's up with this this cat? This cat you guys are talking about. Okay, I see. Nice. That's funny. That's just a coincidence. Though it is nice to think about. Is Perry down bad too? Yes. You seem to really enjoy being around everyone. Of course, it's been years since the last time everyone was around. Naturally, I cherish this moment. Now, if only Master Thompson could be here with us. Hey, Terran Ghost. How's it going? Highly suspicious. No, look, I'm not that big enough, you know. There's no way that Mega Team went like, hey, let's make a let's make a cameo of a YouTuber. No, I'm not that big. Perry gazes over the winding market stalls and the bustling crowds. A fleeting sadness crosses her face before she brightens up again. Let's put aside for now, Commander. What do you think of this underground exposition? Pretty neat, isn't it? It's been truly eye-opening. I've heard of Polynisa talking about a certain big fair that the brokers would hold, but this is my first time actually attending it. Thanks to its proximity to the resort and the almost ongoing maintenance, I can actually take some time off to take a look here. That'd be fun. I got name dropped at any point. Commander, have you ever visited one before? Nope. That's the fair's location always changes. The fair's location always changes every year, and it never happened to meet closely with the Almo's course in the past. However, I never imagined the brokers could operate something on this scale. You shouldn't underestimate the underground brokers just because they're always down on the dirt. Although, another reason for the size is that this area has grown into a large settlement. From what I've gathered, this place used to be a rail hub that was under construction before the contamination spread. The infrastructure was left intact after the station was abandoned, so it was natural for this place to be slowly developed. For all those who are displaced, building on top of the existing infrastructure is far more convenient than starting from scratch. The organizer this time is the main broker from this area, so picking this place to host the fair made the most sense. But now that I think about it, I feel like the underground broker who organized this probably did some further development beforehand. Otherwise, I don't think there'd be amenities like gyms or cafes among other things in the contamination zone. That does make some sense. Though locals from around the area and also suppliers from the safety zones would also attend the fair. So it's not just the brokers and bounty hunters that come along. The organizer must have taken that into account. Hosting a trade expo this scale? This broker must have some significant influence. It's strange how this underground broker's fair suddenly got such a formal name. When Polynisa hosted them, the invitations I've received were called something else. A buffalo ramen ad? I don't think I see it. I don't think that's ramen though. It says popper. Oh no, the other one. Maybe. Yeah, it may not be ramen. Maybe yogurt. Who knows? I remember it being Mercury something something. It's called Mercury's Bazaar. We followed the guidance of the god of commerce, acquired horses and paved paths, ultimately bringing prosperity to Rome. An eloquent name, isn't it? Polynisa nonchalantly appears beside the two without uttering any greeting, as if she had been tagging along this whole time. That definitely has Polynisa style written all over it. The name for every fair is chosen by the organizer, so it reflects their personality. In addition, being able to host the fair is a great honor among the brokers. I wish I could become that influential one day. Then why not revoke your boarding in the Elmo and join my fleet instead? With your qualifications, you'll be self-sufficient within 3 years. Yeah? Poaching my doll right in front of me? Kinda tacky, even for you. Well, is taking your sweet time to arrive at the appointment that you arranged not tacky either? You sure kept a lady waiting. Waiting for a year to showcase his Ubas. I might put him on the Discord. Who knows? Appointment? What's that about? Seeing Perry's perplexed expression, Polonitsa makes a please gesture and hands the floor over to the commander to explain. As you know, Polonitsa is a surrogate of the brokers. I know you came here not just to help me procure goods, but also to gather information on Thompson. Polonitsa has a lot of contacts, so it'll be far more efficient to ask for her help. It's not every day that this longtime client of mine would ask for help, so I'm willing to lend a hand. Wandering around the fair like a headless chicken won't get you anywhere. If you want intel, it's best to go to the person most familiar with this area who also happens to be the organizer of this expo. Jacob Zimmon. Sound like you're quite familiar with them. How close are the two of you? I haven't seen him in ages. Our relationship isn't that close, but it should be enough. Without exaggeration, his team has been the fastest growing one around here. Truth be told, I'm a little curious how he managed to achieve all this. I'll spare you the rest. Let's get going. My meeting with them is coming up. Broker values contracts above all, after all, and breaking trust will shake the very foundation of any partnership. Besides, time is money. With Polonitsa as our guarantor, guarantor? We bypass several guards and ultimately arrive at Jacob's place, the most upscale looking two-story tavern in the entire settlement. Yo! Like an actual look? Alright. Looking suave. Don't know why you're wearing rings on top of your gloves, that's kinda tacky, but you know, it is what it is. You gotta flash your bling. Ringo. After seeing Polonitsa and her company, Jacob snaps his fingers and beckons over his waiter to serve them alcohol. Only then does he smile and greet Polonitsa. It's been a while, Polonitsa. I'm surprised you still remember this old friend of yours. That's my line. Who would have thought I'd see your name listed as the host when I opened this invitation for the expo? You changed a lot, Jacob. On any other day, well, her eye went wide, I have mistaken you for one of those pexy people from the White Zones with that appearance of yours. Noticing Polonitsa's gaze sweep over his well-tailored suit, Jacob smiles. It's important to leave people in a good impression when you're doing business. I still remember how boldly bought up all these rubies at the Mercury Bazaar. Who could possibly forget that? Unlike you, all I can do is put more effort into my appearance. Quality goods are naturally worth their prices. Although, I see that you put up effort into more than just your wardrobe. It's just the basis of being a merchant. That's what you taught me, remember? Alright, enough small talk. Let's not keep your friend waiting. Jacob waves his hand, and all the neatly dressed waiters reverently pour champagne into the guest glasses. Without paying close attention, one can easily miss the weapons holstered in their waist, and a glint of silver hiding in their shadows. I've heard your stories from Polonitsa, and I've always hoped to meet you one day. Anyway, I welcome you, Commander of the Elmo. Let's toast to our acquaintance. Jacob gracefully raises his glass, as if celebrating the opening of a grand party. Same goes for me. I look forward to our cooperation. The commander and Polonitsa also raise their glasses and take a symbolic sip of the champagne within. I hope this expo is up to your satisfaction. I think the feedback from these two would be more valuable than mine. It's wonderful. Perry, who has been waiting for a moment, immediately takes the chance to jump into the conversation. Not only is there a diverse selection of goods, but there are also exclusive items impossible to find elsewhere. It must have been grueling to build such a supply network, right? Jacob's face fills with even more pride. Yes, indeed. Achieving what we have today took a lot of work, and I'm glad you took note of that. Are you a broker yourself? I might be just a newbie as an independent broker, but I've partnered with brokers extensively and gained plenty of experience. I can be quite resourceful, be it providing channels or for supplies or first-hand intel. You can contact me via this channel. I hope to work with you in the future. As if on cue, Perry hands over her contact info. Jacob lets out a puzzling chuckle as he glances at Perry's information. From the looks of it, you looked like an intel broker from the Yellow Zone. Yes, intel is crucial to all brokers. Truth be told, I'm in quite a predicament right now, which is why we're here to ask for your help. For Bunny Girl Springfield. That'd be nice. Perry briefly explains her request to Jacob. Thompson? That's the name, correct? Regrettably, even though I really wish to make this deal with you, I do not possess any relevant information on that name at the moment. However... Jacob pauses, then eyes Perry with a scrutinizing gaze, as if assessing her worth. As the most famous broker around here and the host of this expo, there's no way you don't have any channel to probe around a little, right? Jacob chuckles, then turns his gaze towards Polonitsa. Of course. Out of respect for Polonitsa, I can help you find some leads. People here know how fast I got my convoy to this point. Nothing is impossible here as long as I wish for it. Real question, you know what happened to Thompson? No. However, any intel I can provide likely comes from another broker, and the authenticity cannot be guaranteed. As for truly reliable information, as a fellow businessman, you should know that intel of this caliber cannot come cheap, and it's not something you can buy with favors. Oh shit. Sorry to hear that, Recon. That feels terrible. Yeah, sorry to hear that. Hope you had a good life. The smile on Jacob's face grows wider. Only now does Perry understand the meaning behind it. The pride as the biggest broker in the region, and perhaps a tinge of contempt. Still, only someone truly capable of can afford to display such an attitude. You are right. Perry lowers her thought and Perry lowers her head in thought, fully aware that she's in no position to cover the cost of such intel. We don't have much assets to work with. That being said, given that we're at a broker's fair, I assume there will be more than one way to acquire information. Commander? I can tell. You're truly someone from the Yellow Zone. You have quite a distinct approach. A broker's all out money, no matter where you go. You still remember, right? The reason you left the convoy? Although Polonitsa's smile remains elegant as ever, That natural oppressiveness in her eyes suggests she is used to looking down on him. A good 20 years, yeah. That sounds good. At that point, it's good to remember the good times and don't focus on the bad. But, yeah, you must be feeling sad, so I hope you feel better, and I hope this stream helps you out. The relationship between the two doesn't seem to have been friendship, or at the very least, it wasn't a friendship built on an equal footing. Don't get me wrong, Polonisa. I have nothing against our new friend at all. On the contrary, I find greed more reassuring. After all, no one is here to make a losing deal. That's why I'm more than happy to offer an opportunity. As you may know, the Zimin Rally, I forgot to mention that I named it after myself. What a dick. Kicks off tomorrow. As long as you've got the strength to earn enough points, you'll find there's far more than just intel for sale during the expo. That's the investment promotion you prepared for this fair? Exactly. What the suppliers from the safety zones care about is your convoy's capabilities, given how perilous the contamination zones are. If the cargo gets destroyed and lives are lost, it doesn't matter how trustworthy you are or how low you quote the price. The profit has all gone up in smoke. Say, what are the rules for this rally? I like your confidence. Even though the rally's main purpose is to put the brokers' teams on display for their suppliers, we're not restricting participants to just brokers this time around, to make it more fun for all the spectators. As long as you put on an impressive enough performance, anyone can earn points in temporary currencies for use at the fair. Naturally, you may also use these currencies to exchange intel from any broker, including me. As you know, I have a lot of money and even more sources of supply. I can offer a generous sum, but whether you receive it or not hinges on your capability. Frankly speaking, I don't know your true capabilities yet, so this is a good opportunity. You are Polonisa's friends, after all, so I'm eager to cooperate more with people like you. I get the feeling that Mr. Jacob is more of a white zone businessman than he is a yellow zone broker. A faint frown appears on Perry's face, seemingly puzzled by the earlier exchange. We underground brokers are a free bunch and operate in our own unique ways. We're nothing like those merchants operating in green or white zones. From what he said, he must have worked with you in the past, right? Why doesn't he follow your style? Careful with your words. It's unwise to speak ill will of a renowned broker, especially when you're in need of his help. He's not even hiding the fact that he's distracting himself with the Yellow Zone brokers. Anyway, that's besides the point. I feel like he's calling us poor in 5 different languages. That's right, Commander. Just look at all the contacts and channels he's got. We better make use of that. At the end of the day, brokers care the most about value. We expect intel from him, and he expects us to prove that we're worth the price. Looks like I better go sign up for the rally soon. Since you can earn points every day, it's best not to miss a single match. Are you coming with us, Polonisa? I'll pass. My team won't be taking place in the rally. Are you concerned about something? Didn't you just see those modified vehicles outside when you came in? I did. Kukai and Sabrina, I mean, my dolls aboard, immediately got drawn into them. Are those vehicles meant to participate in the rally? Bingo. Frankly speaking, nobody knows how jacked up those machines are. So I wanted to remind you that this is won't be pacifist racing contest you see in the cities. It'll be too late to figure that out when you're already behind the wheel. The commander looks at Perry, only to find her with an even more resolute expression. I get that, but that's the only way we'll be able to make that deal. Information on Master Thompson demands a large sum, and I refuse to let go of a chance that could help me find her. In any case, I'm going to sign up now. Goodbye, Miss Polonita. Oh, here's my contact info. Don't forget to reach out if you need me, okay? Polonita shrugs and flashes the commander. Flashes the commander. A resigned smile as she watches Perry run off. Alright, I know what you want to say, just go. In no time, Perry and the commander reached the registration booth. Oh, sorry, registration booth. The registration process is automated, but 2 staff members are present to assist participants with any difficulties. Z-E-M-A-N rally? Looks like we're at the right place, judging by the sign. Ah, there are more participants than I expected. Except they're all old acquaintances. Standing in front of the booth are the very same dolls from the album that went off on their own. Sabrina, who spots Perry and the commander first, immediately calls out enthusiastically. There you are! Are you here to also sign up for the rally? Eh? Also? You mean Sabrina and everyone else are here at the rally as well? Kukai is curious about the capabilities of these modified vehicles, but the broker said they're meant for the rally and told us to get in the race if she wants to compete. It can't be helped, so here we are now. So why are you here, Commander? There's something I want with a hefty price tag attached to it, and it just so happens that there's an opportunity to make a big buck. Velcro's calcium side cannons. So you're here for the point-based rewards? I knew that Perry wouldn't let such a big business opportunity slip away. With Perry's arrival, the registration booth becomes even more lively. Another group searching for the commander is able to spot him quickly upon seeing a commotion and weaves through the crowd to catch up. Oh my, Commander. Found you at last. Springfield and the dolls of the Zucchero Cafe approach from the direction the voice has come from. Everyone's accommodations for the night have been arranged. Commander? Oh my, what's with all the hustle and bustle here? Oh, with all this noise, this guy has completely forgotten about us anyway. You look a little tired. Are you alright, Master? Let Shakri help the commander rejuvenate with my songs filled with love. Oh, you're already into him? It's nothing complicated. We're preparing for tomorrow's rally race. Would the Zokuro be interested? Oh, isn't that the contest with the hefty prize pool that the hostel owner mentioned? Everyone will definitely be enthralled by Shakri if we win this. That being said, going solo looks very dangerous. Yep, Shakri needs to find a little helper. While mumbling to herself in a vain frustration, she swiftly approaches Sabrina, who is indulging in her ice cream cones. Sabrina! As soon as the words leave Shakri's mouth, Perry jumps between the two. Sabrina, let's team up! You have a higher chance of winning, we team up. Hey! Shakri was here first! Perry does not concede one bit and continues to ask Sabrina about her partnership. We can split the points earned if we win. You really want that limited collected edition toolkit, right? I'll deal with the broker and make sure you get your hands on it. So please, Sabrina, help me win the rally race, please? Really? You're bowing over that? Sabrina, equally taken aback by Perry's earnestness, hurriedly wipes the ice cream off the corner of her mouth. I'm not sure what's happening, but I'm on board. Let's team up, win around together, and get all the points, Perry. Fine. Shaggy will concede this time. Watching from the sidelines, Bucket immediately follows suit and throws her arms around Kukai and starts acting coy. Big sis Kukai, let's form a team together as well, please. I will definitely help you win points. The champion's title will be mine with or without you. And yes, we will be teaming up even without you having to bring it up. Huh? Did I hear that right? Big Sis actually offered to team up with me? Hide 404 settles its own scores. Also, let go of me. It's really hot. Kukai deliberately stares at the Zucchero ladies in distance. With all this excitement, would you like to give it a shot too, Cinderasi and Macchiato? Why would I waste my time and energy on something so boring? It's not like he'll be watching. What even is the point of winning? If you win, it would be pretty hard for the commander not to notice you. Really? Plus, the commander seems to be in search of something. It would be pretty mesmerizing sight if you could hand him that something as a champion. Since it's for the master's wish, I shall be part of it. Is it okay if I register under the Zucchero name? I never said I'm not in. If that's the case, I will bring him whatever he wants. Anyways, I'll participate. With that being said, are you not participating yourself, Springfield? Most dolls have formed their teams and registered following the system's on-screen prompts. The originally tense rally under the influence of such an atmosphere now seems to be a recreational activity while on vacation. Back at the resort, you barely had time to play given your duty as organizer. Do you feel like getting a bit more hands-on this time? So you noticed, Commander. Since even the commander said as much, it would be a little inconsiderate of me to turn it down. Dear participants, all participating vehicles are required to install the Compass Smart Navigation System after registration. If you have completed your registration, please install the system ASAP in preparation for the rally. The announcement from the registration booth sounds promptly as the participants complete their registration. Smart Navigation System? Really? Is that necessary? A broker working at the booth pokes his head out after hearing the participants' complaints. Oi, you guys. You should take it seriously. The Compass system can track, record, and update all the positions in the participants' vehicles in real time. Not to mention helping you locate delivery checkpoints on your maps. Installing the system is not just to help us manage and follow the race, but also keep your participants safe. If that's the case, I guess there's no way around it. Also, going by that announcement, we can prepare for the race once we're done installing the system, right? So, should we seize the moment starting now? You're leaving just like that? Well, looks like it's time for Sharkery to find a partner as well. Now, who will it be? With Perry and Sabrina's departure, more and more dolls realize it's time to set off, and the bustling booth moments ago has suddenly calmed down. Wow, there's so much text in this first cutscene. There we go. Refreshed. At midnight, the dolls have long gone into hibernation either due to all the antics during the day or in preparation for tomorrow's rally, except Perry, who suddenly boots up. Perry weaves through the winding market roads gracefully without switching on any light, as if she's long been familiar with this place. After a good few turns, Perry arrives at an unremarkable corner. The bustling of the fair in the distance obscures Perry's deliberately lowered voice, and the shadows cast by the surrounding walls become her best form of concealment. No, it's Lipton tea. Oh, you can't see it. That. Yeah, I'm drinking that. I must find... Her mumbling echoes erratically in the dark of the night. Find that really long swear word. Find that bitchy fuck bastard shithead. Finally, her voice stops. After carefully checking the perimeter, Perry quickly departs. Around 2 minutes later, a hidden onlooker slowly paces over. Hero's hentai stash. That'd be hard to find. Springfield follows Perry's steps to the corner. Perry briefly stopped by, only to find a dead end with no one there. However, the place isn't entirely empty. Something is parked there, eerily out of place. It's a modified Jeep. It's the vehicle Perry prepared for tomorrow's rally. Oh shit, the cutscene ended! That was a lot for one story cutscene. The rally is about to begin. Participants, please return to your vehicles. Outside the crowded fair, an assortment of brokers, modified vehicles, gather by the starting line, awaiting the signal. Above the track, an announcement repeats endlessly. Attention all participants. The Zeman rally has no designated route. The objective is to offload your cargo at the delivery checkpoints, and your score will be based on the time and the coordination and the condition of the cargo. In order to promote competition, the bottom-ranking participants will be eliminated at the end of every day, and eliminated teams can no longer sign up for subsequent races. Delivery checkpoints will also provide your convoys with essential repair and resupply services. If there are any questions or concerns, please proactively contact us. I avoid the rowdy crowd by the racetrack and reach the spectator platform next to the starting line. The participating dolls sit ready at their respective vehicles a short distance away, poised for action. Perry pokes her head out of the window and waves at me when she sees me get close. Sabrina, riding shotgun. Get it? Because she has a shotgun. Also joyfully waves at me. Commander, over here. Just you wait for our good news, Commander. Over on the other side are 3 teams from the Zukuro. Springfield and St. Tracy are each in their own vehicle, with Macchiato and Sharpie together on another Jeep. Noticing my gaze, Springfield flashes me a smile from afar while St. Tracy nods at me. Meanwhile, Macchiato simply glances at me before quickly turning her head ahead to focus on the track, seemingly saying something to Sharpie. This guy, can he stop staring? Don't tell me he's looking at someone else. Relax, Macchiato. The goddess of victory is surely on the Zukuro side, as is the commander's attention. Who asked you? It's not like I care who he's looking at anyway. But Macchiato glimpses at the jeep to her side. Fukai, with her hand on the wheel, returns a cold gaze. In contrast to the green-haired doll in the passenger seat, who's bursting with excitement. Fukai, Buckle's ready to roll. The navigation system is all set too. Just give me your orders, big sis. Quiet. Only those who lack competence make a big fuss before the match even starts. Roger that. I'll be quiet now. Velka closes her mouth and looks ahead intently with her rifle firmly in hand. Before long, she turns around and pulls a silly face at Macchiato while triumphantly waving her fist. Just give up already. Without Mekti dragging us down and Princess Fukai at the helm, victory will belong to Hyde 404. Attention all participants. The rally is about to begin. I repeat, the rally is about to begin. Counting down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. A shot rings out, and countless vehicles are off to the races. After departing from the fair, the cramped cluster of vehicles soon disperse in different directions, each of the doll teams heading towards the planned direction. The motorcycle. Before long, Perry and Sabrina's vehicles roll into a valley with Springfield and Centeracy following close by. I suspected this of the Zucchero. Springfield and Centeracy are really sticking close. Their cooperation is immaculate despite being in separate vehicles. They even drove off the other brokers that were on their tail. Whoa, did that team of brokers just open fire? Goodness, what's that? Am I seeing this right? They just pull out grenades? Are the brokers really this violent? I thought they're a peaceful bunch that would always go to bounty hunters for help. Turns out they're not so different from the Jaegers. The brokers spend their lives in contamination zones, and they have to deal with the harsh environment along with Jaegers all the time. So, of course they got teeth. However, everyone should be pulling their punches, so they shouldn't do more than just inconvenience each other. This doesn't feel like pulling punches to me. Maybe they're being a bit less restrained this time, given the rally has a set of hidden rules. Hidden rules? Yep. Have you noticed, Sabrina? The rally is scored on delivery time and the condition of the cargo. On top of that, there's the fact that you're out completely once you're eliminated. In other words, disrupting your opponent's delivery and destroying the cargo is likely meant to be part of the rally. At its core, this rally is an investment promotion in disguise, as it's meant to demonstrate the capabilities of the brokers for the green and white zone suppliers. However, I don't think this convoy can win against Springfield and Centeracy. Glad that the Zucchero is an adversary. Can't say I have a chance of going up against both Springfield and Centeracy. You're right, there's no way we can defeat them. Let's get some more distance between us, just to be sure. Let's floor it! Can the commander even drive? Yeah. Yeah. You can drive. He would have gotten it during military training. at the very least. Which, I guess that'd be a Cruiser Line 1 spoiler, but yeah, he has military training. Has a Ferrari. Yeah, he just has a lore nerd right next to him. Perry and Sabrina continue their dash towards the checkpoint after fending off a few groups of Elid in their path. However, they shortly run into another firefight. A small jeep suddenly bursts out of the barren waste landscape and struggles to complete a hard turn upon the field. Several modified vehicles are in pursuit, with the crew aiming and shooting their guns at the small jeep. Stop them! And the one over there too! Blow them both sky high! Under the command of their leader, the men inside the car open fire. Bullets rain down on the small jeep. Whoa, that convoy is really fierce. They keep chasing that little car over there. Doing business really is brutal. It's probably the team of some big name broker. Let's avoid them. Is it one that gives a jeep? Yeah, one of them was a jeep. Also a helicopter. Perry steers her vehicle to avoid becoming entangled, but the opponent does not seem to be in the mood to let them off the hook. A vehicle soon chases after them and bullets start raining down. Why are they still trying to chase after us? Sabrina! Copy that. As Perry hits the gas, Sabrina stands up and fires back, forcing the pursuing vehicle to peel off and head for its original target. The small jeep that barely got some breathing room is once again sent scurrying under relentless gunfire. Problem solved, but Sabrina looks at the encircled jeep in the distance with concern. What's up? Is there a little girl in that car? She looks like such a little kid. Can children become brokers nowadays too? Perry takes a look over curiously. A petite girl in the driver's seat is struggling to maneuver the vehicle amidst the hail of gunfire. Don't let them get away! Get them! Ugh, that's outrageous. Sabrina, we got plenty of time left, so we should... Perry clutches the steering wheel and glances at Sabrina. I gotcha. We can't let them bully her like that. Of course. At least commanding used vehicles, Niga Commander has to do everything on foot. Running like Aragorn. Yeah. The whole vehicle thing in Nikkei is basically just that they can't use vehicles because it makes too much noise. And since raptors are sensitive to sound, they'll easily get overwhelmed, and basically they would die before they can even get started. On the other side, outside delivery checkpoint 2. Manager and the others haven't arrived yet. We beat them to it this time. If we can be first to make it back, then here. Wow! Without warning, a bullet whizzes past the window. Shockery sends the wheel flying, and the jeep drifts in an arc across the sand. However, more bullets start flying towards them from far away. The source of those bullets is a silver-haired doll, her countenance cold and her gun raised. Her black jeep rapidly approaches their position. What the hell is this? Macchiato grabs her gun to fire a few warning shots at the wheels of the adversary from the front passenger seat. However, the silver-haired doll is already prepared for such a response and sharply whips the jeep around, avoiding the incoming fire. A green-haired doll fires another volley from bullets from the newly exposed side window. Take this! All of you shall cower for Big Sis! Victory belongs only to Hyde 404! Annoying! Cover me, Sharkery! Macchiato fires back defiantly, directing all her bullets at the fuel tank of her opponent's vehicle. Unfortunately, Kukai anticipates the counterattack again and dodges it with another swing. Her expression turns grim as she returns fire. Is this the extent of your capabilities? I'm shocked you were able to eliminate Andorus and Mekti in a secret mission. Looks like it's time to double down on Hyde 404's training. Whoa, Hyde 404's leader is here to seek revenge against Zucchero Squad. What should we do, Macchiato? Is that even a question? We fight back, of course. Macchiato reaches her rifle and fires again. Actually, you know what? She showed up at a perfect time. She's always bossing people around, finding excuses to take up all this time. I had enough of her. All she does is parade around with her elite status and be all, I am all you need constantly. I'll make that idiot commander know who's really all he needs today. Oh, so scary. Macchiato, jealousy is insanely charming, you know. Who's jealous? I'm just... Taking advantage of Macchiato's momentary lapse in concentration, Hyde 404's bullets strike the door of the vehicle while their black jeep rapidly approaches and slams through Macchiato's vehicle. Kukai then keeps her jeep parallel to Macchiato's in a show of force. If you're not convinced, then we'll settle the score with both Hyde 404 and Zucchero Squad rotation on the line right now. It just so happens I also want to make the commander give up on having unrealistic expectations of other dolls. Like I'm scared of you. What are you waiting for, Sharkery? Are you trying to get rid of bullets when they get close or what? The two vehicles quickly pull apart again. Muzzle flashes burst in between them. What? Watch out for the cargo in the backseat, Macchiato. Shut up! There's no way letting Hyde 404 vehicles take the lead over us. Open fire! And those two really piss each other off. Macchiato's like, you know what? Fuck Kukai! And Kukai's like, you know what? Fuck Macchiato! Several hours after the start of the race, one team after another finally reaches the finish line. Perry and Sabrina's vehicle is in the lead, barely into the resting zone with Springfield and St. Teresa's vehicles falling close behind. No, we're going to keep saying Hyde 404 because there is a difference. If they're saying Hyde 404, it's because it has expanded from being a squad. So, I'm going to keep that difference. Sabrina jumps out and grabs Perry in celebration as soon as the vehicle stops. They fight it out in bed. We won, Perry, we won! I told you we two would make... I guess that works out. I told you we two would make a great team. Congratulations, you managed to bag the highest amount of points. Thank you, Commander. Hey, Commander, did you know Perry's super good at cross-country driving? Want to join us and experience it yourself in the rally tomorrow? With how intense the race is, I'd rather just watch from the sideline. And Groza will watch on a chair. Feels bad. Springfield and St. Teresa also approached during the conversation. Oh my, Perry and Sabrina. Your cooperation was seamless.
Miss Springfield and Miss Interacy were both hot on our tails too. If it weren't for that broker's convoy, you probably would have taken first place. Circle Squad fell a bit short today, but let's not expect the same outcome for the second race tomorrow. In that case, we'll give it our all tomorrow as well. The group chatters as they head for the reservation booth. I fall behind them, but can't help looking back at the racetrack. As worker teams continue rolling in, certain figures are still nowhere to be seen for some reason. Commander, are you looking for something? We still have 2 more teams out there. They should have arrived by now, given what they're capable of. If you're talking about Macchiato and Fukai, don't worry about them. Striker already sent me a message saying that they had a minor scuffle near checkpoint 2. They were suspended by the organizers for endangering the checkpoint. Unfortunately, their cargo caught in the scuffle and was destroyed. They're probably arguing with the organizers about the elimination right now. Sinterati has already gone to mediate the situation, so you don't need to worry about it. What should we do about them? They're all such lovable troublemakers. Shortly thereafter, the participant scores are logged into the system by the staff. Perry sighs in relief as seeing the string of numbers behind her name grows in digits. Oof. I wonder if I have enough scores in for the intel already. How about we ask Mr. Jacob if you're worried about it? Perry looks up and realizes the host of the event is standing right before her with a smile. Jacob now seems far more friendly, unlike the subtle arrogance he displayed yesterday. Congratulations, Miss Perry. You really are a shining star on the racetrack. A number of clients were already asking me about you a few minutes ago. Thank you for your kind words. Now, I want to ask you if the points I gave are sufficient to purchase the intel on Master. I know you're going to ask that. Although we have some leads, they will need to be followed up and verified. Besides, the more confidential the information, the higher the price. I will keep up my part of the deal, and you should be prepared for yours as well. You mean to say you already have the leads? Can you tell me right now? I can do the rest by myself. I can pay you with the scores I won today, plus all my savings as well. Relax. I only provide services for the highest standard. Preparation takes time after all. Therefore, it is in your best interest to take part in the rally tomorrow. The higher your score, the more leverage you have to bargain with. Don't you think so? Alright. I understand. You're a smart one, Miss Perry. Well then, I won't occupy your time any further. I'm looking forward to your performance tomorrow. Perry's shoulders subtly slumped down as she watches Jacob walk away. I sigh silently and pat her gently on the shoulder. Nothing can be done all at once, Perry. There's a very strong flow of information during this fair, so the longer you stay around here, the more likely you'll run across the relevant information. Ah, I see. You're right. Thank you, Commander. I know what to do now. Perry perks up again and nods, clenching her fist in the process. In that case, I'll go prepare for... excuse me. Please wait a moment, you two. A young girl with an overstuffed backpack squeezes her way through the crowd and grabs onto Perry. She wipes the grime off her face and grins at Perry cheerfully. Hi, Miss Perry. I'm Aminda. Thank you so much for helping me during the race. Ah, you were the one that's being chased down. Yep, that was me. The broker was a real pain in the ass. They were purely picking on me because my team wasn't as robust as the others. I would have been eliminated long ago if it weren't for you buying me some time. You're welcome. They were indeed quite deplorable. Anyway, a million thanks. Here's my contact. Remember to call me if you're needing anything. Intel, supplies, I got everything. Speaking of intel, have you ever come across a doll named Thompson? She's my master. But she later went missing in the contamination zone. I've been looking for her ever since. Thompson? I don't think I heard that name before. Huh? Amina suddenly freezes. She stares ahead, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. I follow her gaze, only see Zhang Yu and Dragon Xiaohe at full sprint towards us. They have also come to participate in the fair after handing over their duties to Mekti and Andres. Ah, just like, tagging! Evidently, Zhang Yu seems to be the only one more enthralled by the bustling fair. Without Diane's supervision, Zhang Yu has spent the entire day strolling through the dazzling rows of booths. Because of this, the two of them did not attend the rally race. Commander! Xiaohe and I just went to the fair. We brought you some interesting stuff. Commander... Amina? Xiaohe? Amina rushes over and gives Xiaohe a tight bear hug. Xiaohe, it's been so long. What are you doing here? Xiaohe wipes a tear off Amina's face as the corners of her mouth rise into a stiff yet heartfelt smile. It's been a while, Amina. Xiaohe introduces her companions to Amina one by one. So you're that broker friend Xiaohe brought up. No wonder your name sounded a bit familiar. Thanks for taking care of Xiaohe back then. Don't mention it. Xiaohe also helped me get rid of a lot of troublesome people. She told me a while ago that she met someone that she really clicked with. I've been wanting to meet him, and now, voila! Xiaohe looks at me and coughs awkwardly before switching the conversation to another topic. Don't worry, everyone likes the commander, you don't have to be embarrassed. Do you have enough power, Amina? If need be, I can help you out with tomorrow's race. Huh? It's okay. I've already found a friend to help me out tomorrow. Besides, I'll remember to stay away from those pesky brokers. Seeing that Xiaohe's demeanor stays somewhat grim, Amina tugs on her hand. Come on, you don't have to worry about me, Xiaohe. I'm an independent broker with my own team now. I need to prove my own strength to them. I mean it. I really do have an incredible T-doll on my team. Unfortunately, she had some business of her own and couldn't be around this time. Otherwise, she'll have no problem taking care of that pesky broker. Her name is Huihua. She's also a Griffin T-doll, just like your companions, Xiaohe. Huh? Amina looks at me and suddenly hits herself in the head. No way! Don't tell me you're the commander that Huihua brings up all the time. Yeah? Huihua is... Oh! Hold on. Huihua's a new name. Her imprint was... It was... a Type 97 shotgun. Huh? Type 97S is working for you? Is she doing well? She's amazing. Not only can she fight, but she can also cook. Everybody loves her. It's just that she always talks about the commander this and commander that and so on. I recall her saying that she and the other former Griffin dolls couldn't be reunited with the commander because of certain agreements, but... And this is like Huihua's next, yeah. Amina looks at me and the surrounding dolls a bit baffled. That agreement has been temporarily relaxed as a result of certain events.
Would you mind sharing this news with Kuiha when you get the chance? It's like, hey, Kuiha, so about that agreement that you talked about, yeah, so apparently it was relaxed, and then Kuiha's like, see ya! I see. That's great. I'll tell her the moment I get back. Our show should be thrilled. And it looks like how they recruit another powerful doll again. Adios! Amina seems to have something else to say as well, but her ringtone suddenly erupts from her pocket. She jumps around as she tries to take out her terminal. Oop! I gotta go now. I hate to meet up with a friend. It's been a real pleasure meeting with all of you today. I'll drop by a few days after the rally is over to see you, Jappy. Oh, and Miss Perry, you'll be the first to know if I learn anything about the doll you're looking for. Okay, thank you. The agreement's just a non-threat now? Pretty much. Amina scurries away. After her departure, Perry soon takes her leave in preparation for tomorrow's race. Jiahui, Jiangyu, and I return to the fair for a quick gander before each goes our ways. My head is spinning. I should have known better than trying to outdrink Polynesia. After parting ways with Jiahui and Jiangyu, I unexpectedly ran to Polynesia and got dragged into a tavern to discuss business. It was already well past midnight by the time I left this tavern. Most of the booths had closed, and the bustling fair had fallen silent with nary a presence, where the night is lit only by the flicker of dim lights. As I slowly make my back to my quarters while cradling my head. Oh, it's make my way back. Let me do that one more time. As I slowly make my way back to the quarters while cradling my head, I seem to catch a faint, unintelligible mumble coming from a secluded alley. I must find shit fucker bitch ass hoe. This voice sure sounds familiar. I follow the voice into the alley, only to see a silhouette resembling Perry rushing out and immediately disappearing into the darkness of the night. Perry? Confused as I am, I look back at the direction she came from. In a dimly lit dead end, the very jeep Perry used for the rally race quietly sits there. What's going on? Has it broken down? Just as I am about to inspect the vehicle, another voice sounds from right behind me. Are you alright, Commander? Why are you here? Man, the way how the Japanese people say their lines, especially when it's non-Japanese, is so funny. Springfield. I heard from Polynesia that you had some business, and yet you've never returned. So that I dropped by. The one who just ran away, was that Perry? So it's not just me being drunk. You saw her too, right? Yes. Was she talking to someone? But there's no one here. Could it have been a call? Why would she come here of all places for a call? And fucking dies on the bed. Yeah, because Kukai and Macchiato are there to drain him. As I attempt to step into the alley to inspect it further, I trip over a stone slab protruding from the ground and almost fall over before Springfield manages to catch me and help me up. You look very tired, Commander. Let's get some rest, shall we? We can ask Perry about this tomorrow. Right. I am indeed exhausted after all that drinking with Polynesia, but I still can't shake that sense of unease. What's Perry doing here in the middle of the night? Springfield, have you noticed anything? Has there been anything unusual with Perry these past 2 days? Springfield ponders for a moment, then raises her eyes calmly. No, not at all. Perhaps you're just here to check on her vehicle for tomorrow? She really wants to score more points, after all. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, we do need to find Thompson ASAP. Indeed. It's getting cold, Commander. Allow me to help you back to your room. Still concerned about what occurred last night, Springfield and I decided to pay Perry an early visit to see if she needs any help, or at the very least some comfort. However, Perry's room appears to be empty with no sign of her anywhere. She left this early to head back to the track? It was quite the fierce competition yesterday. She might just be heading over early to better prepare herself. Well, let's head over and see. Na 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 na. Okay. As Springfield and the Commander arrive at the track, Perry, who was stretching next to her vehicle, greets them with her usual cheerful smile and enthusiastic hand waves. Commander, Springfield, the ride's about to begin. You seem to be in high spirits. How did your prep work go yesterday? I planned a perfect route throughout the night. Victory's all but guaranteed. Trust me, Commander. I'll be back in no time. Oh my, it took you only one night to fully master terrain here? That's pretty impressive. Springfield, don't just show up behind me like that. That scared the hell out of me. Sorry, I saw only to remind you. While the locations of the checkpoints haven't changed, the same cannot be said for the state of things in the detention zone. Elids, Vargers, and other possible threats might just appear at a moment's notice. I see. Don't you worry. Sabrina and I will take care of it all. We'll come back with a trophy in hand. Yippers? Though, apart from the both of us, it seems that we only have Springfield and Cinteracy in our presence today. Sabrina looks around the track. Yeah? Really? How strange. The other dolls should still be around if they've been eliminated. Even Springfield's usual tag-along Sharkery isn't here. Amidst the duo's confusion, Springfield offers her explanation. Might be you be looking for Sharkery? Yeah, we're a little worried. Did you know where she is? Springfield smiles wryly. Yesterday, Sharkery got caught in the feud between 404 and Macchiato. She was eliminated by association. She's having a fit in her room right now. Ah, I see. Is that also why Kukai and the others are not here? Macchiato seems to be sulking in her own because she didn't score enough points to get what she wants. As for 404, I'm not exactly sure.
Do you know things, Racy? I wanted to invite them to the track early this morning, but the rooms were empty. No one meets Fukai. She's probably in the middle of a mercy training session right now. If that's the case, well, you better go and reassure them after all this, Commander. Yeah, I will. The rally's about to begin. Participants, please get ready. Oh, we gotta go. See you later, Perry. Remember to put your best foot forward. Then I should take my leave as well. After some brief greetings, Springfield and Racy turn to their own vehicles. Perry, on the other hand, does not immediately embark on hers. She turns around and looks at the commander with an intense stare. Commander. Yes? What's the matter, Perry? Can you encourage me a little? I'm a little nervous right now. The rally's about to begin. Participants, please get ready. Ignoring the announcement, Perry stares at the commander. You speak as if you haven't won yesterday's race. I promise you, I'll be waiting for you, right here. No, I will win. And you'll wait for my triumphant return. I will win this time around. Alright, it's just a race. You don't need to be so worked up, you know? Feels like you're on the verge of breaking into tears, Perry. Right. Let's go, Sabrina. Perry waits at the commander, then runs to her jeep alongside Sabrina. A few minutes later, the rally officially begins. Perry and Sabrina cruise smoothly along the pre-planned route. Eh? Look, Perry. Lots of markers just appeared on the compass system interface. What are these? Are we in some sort of danger? Let me have a look. Which flavor of yandere is Perry? Perry never gives off any yandere vibes. She's just, childish, I guess the best way to put it. Not childish in like a bad way, but childish in a good way. A little immature. But, yeah, I don't get any I never got any yandere vibes from her. Yeah, basically daughter. Yeah. Yeah, she gives more daughter vibes than yandere vibes. Innocent? I mean, as innocent as you can get as a TL. Yeah, but that hasn't been explained yet. Yeah, we're going to see what happens with that. Perry glances at the screen. A confident expression then appears on her face. Relax. Those are just Elite hives and Viager outposts along our path. It took me quite some time yesterday to gather all the intel on these. Instead of wasting our time fending them off, might as well go around them, don't you think? You're so amazing, Perry. But isn't the system only meant to lock routes in update positions? It can do this as well? It's a hidden feature. I learned how to do this from the staff. No matter where you go, intel gathering is crucial. Fortunately, that's where my expertise lies. Perry puts on a sly smile and winks at Sabrina. To be a competent broker, you gotta have some cards to play. Following the route planned by Perry, the rally's result is pretty much a done deal. The vehicle leads all other participants by a wide margin. Sugoi! Don't you think that we'll be crossing the finish line unscathed today at this rate? It's not that simple. The intel I managed to gather is pretty limited and can only lower the chance we run into any obstacles. Besides, the contention zone is anything but consistent. There, look. Whoa, Aelits! Ready for smashing, Sabrina? Ain't no problem. Just leave it to me. Alright, I gotta use the bathroom. Gonna let this play. A dog doesn't shoot you while you're sleeping. Like I said, we're gonna find out about that. We're gonna figure that out.
Dude, you know how great it'd be if I was Sabrina? I would, like, have everything in my belly. Apparently myself, because I got eaten. Y'all are weird. That took longer than expected. Yeah, I had to be in the bathroom for a while. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that. Also, I decided to make coffee as well, so that is running, so I'll be getting up again in a little bit. After this cutscene, though. That took far longer than I expected. Leaning against the window of the passenger seat, Sabrina looks quite regretful. If we didn't invade those elites earlier, we wouldn't have had enough stamina to finish the rest of the rally on foot. That's one of the challenges of this rally. Moreover, maybe there's even a risk of being destroyed. Suddenly, a silhouette draws their attention towards it. Look over there, Perry! It's Springfield! She's checking on her vehicle? You think she got ambushed just like us? If her car broke down, perhaps we could help her repair it. But seeing Perry's indecisiveness, Sabrina cheerfully retrieves the tools she's always carried with her in her frame, by the way. I'm quite adept at repair and modification. How about you let me give it a try? It's not that I don't trust in your capabilities, I'm just worried about the race. You know what? Fine. Let me check on the current rankings. Perry taps this on the screen and the list of participants pops out. Synth race has been eliminated? When did that happen? If she failed to avoid the elites, I think that's plausible. She would have no problem defending herself, but the cargo is most likely done for. So that means that even if we did end up with the same score as Springfield, none of us will be eliminated today. So, alright, let's check out Springfield. Time for my repairing skills to shine. With Sabrina's eager anticipation, Perry rolls up to Springfield and parks her vehicle on a flat terrain nearby. Ah, she's noticed us. Sure, she can pull a sentry gun out of her frame. Yeah, more than likely. Sabrina hurriedly hops off the vehicle and waves at Springfield. In return, Springfield waves back at the duo with a gentle smile. Did your car break down? Don't worry, I'll check it out. Without moving, Springfield nods and simply awaits Sabrina's approach. Yeah? Just as Sabrina's about to reach Springfield, she suddenly halts into a somewhat comical pose. A streak of familiar color was hiding all along in their blind spot, but is now revealed to her as she finally approaches. Why'd you stop? Perry walks up to Sabrina. Wanted to see what she saw. Then she too is struck by the sight and freezes in place. The scene unfolding before their eyes is completely incomprehensible even to these two excellent tactical dolls. Right behind the vehicle, lying silently by Springfield's feet, is none other than Synth Racy. A gaping hole lies where her core is. What is this? Before Sabrina could finish, a bullet pierces her core. As Sabrina's body hits the floor, the dazed Perry quickly comes back to her senses, only to see Springfield with her rifle trained. While the usual soothing smile lingers on Springfield's face, her gaze is anything but. A cold-blooded viper is what stands before them. She stares down at Perry, as does the muzzle of her rifle. What? Faster than Springfield could pull the trigger, Perry dodges the bullet with a backward flip. Then she sprints back to her Jeep in a zigzag without ever looking back. Before the rounds coming from behind strike their target, Perry hops into the vehicle and drives off immediately. There is no time for her to take a glance at Springfield or the two dolls lying on the ground in deep slumber. This is the face of a true killer. This is the last face this is the last smile you see before you die. And don't stand near a body of water. She'll drown you. Dress and all? Hell yeah. As gunshots ring out from behind her, the already terrified Perry is struggling to keep the vehicle under control. What the hell is going on? How could this... Having nearly overturned the vehicle moments after stabilizing it, Perry tries her best to keep her cool and to maintain the control of the car. After doing so, she immediately activates the compass system. Hey, you're listening, like, what the heck is going on? No answer is bestowed upon her. Only Perry's helpless inquiry echoes within the empty and battered vehicle. Come on, give me a route that can shake Springfield off. I'm as good as dead if I had to face her head on. Her only chance at assistance, Sabrina, is gone. It was an immutable fact Perry witnessed with her very eyes. Sabrina was taken out in a blink of an eye and is laying by Centeracy now. But who's this Springfield? Perry knows that's not Springfield, but it's not the Springfield of the past either. Perry tries to wrap her mind around the whole ordeal, but her neural cloud in complete disarray can't even formulate a semblance of an answer. While all this goes on, the voice that guided her has also fallen silent. Give me a route that can shake her off right now! She angrily hits the screen displaying a map of the rally, yet the system interface merely flickers calmly, offering no response. As the bullets coming her way come even more precise, Perry glances back cautiously, only to find Springfield's vehicle right on her tail, nearly ramming into her rear bumper. Perry instinctively slams on the pedal, only to realize the vehicle has already reached its top speed. Calm down. Finding a safe spot is the #1 priority right now. Then re-establish contact. Bitch, why are you sleeping? What? Why are they following us again? Damn it, they're hot on our heels. I need to find a way to shake her off. You think you can get away? Your attempts are so cute. Damn it. Don't look down on me. I won't give up so easily. Suddenly, Elitz. Here's Johnny. Alright, I'm gonna get my coffee. Does she use RR? Yes. She's a mommy. Have time to put on a creamer. Just ask for Springfield's milk. I don't know why I think breast milk is good. After temporarily shaking off Springfield, the compass system, which was silent during the entire encounter, finally reconnects. With a beep, it marks out a clear shortcut back to the fair on the display. I'm saved. But this is a route back to the starting line? Babies don't know better. Am I supposed to rendezvous with the commander? Is that even possible now? What even is going on? As a Blizzard employee. Okay, you got me there. Still no answer. Anyway, there's no point in overthinking it. Let's get rid of the problem at hand. Without hesitation, Perry spins the wheel and heads towards the bearings the compass system outputted. She's giving tight chase. Like, wow, Springfield, or evil Springfield, just driving in town. She's like, I'm gonna get you. Man, if only her baton was an axe. Be perfect. Guess there's no choice but to barge straight in. Under Springfield's unrelenting offense, Perry does not decelerate, but instead rams through the booth pat alley of the fair. Sorry, messed up all your stalls. Springfield being possessed by is RPK just possessing everyone? Expecting a whole lot of commotion, Perry only then realizes the fair is completely devoid of people. Oh, that sucks. I want to see Springfield run over people. Not gonna lie. That would have been absolute cinema. That's Commander! Despite the distance separating them, Perry quickly spots the Commander. However, everyone simply stands stiffly in the middle of the street, frozen like statues, unconcerned with the chase unfolding in front of their eyes. I knew it. Something's off. Two shots ring out. Perry's modified vehicle, which has already taken a serious beating, has been dealt its final blow. Following a loud bang and thunderous rumble, The car is thrown into a roll and promptly lands on its side. With no time to check on her damages, Perry crawls out of the vehicle and keeps fleeing towards the center of the fair. Stay calm. Almost there. You're quite the resilient one. Springfield also steps out of her vehicle. With an amused smile on her face, she paces behind Perry and skillfully reloads her rifle, all the while haphazardly firing at the stumbling Perry. The bullet strikes both of Perry's arms. Her badly damaged frame can no longer maintain her balance as she crumbles to the ground. Battered and bruised, she keeps moving forward. Meanwhile, Springfield inches ever closer, until Perry is completely immobilized. Damn, Springfield's tall. Now, if anyone says, I wish this was me, I'm gonna say preemptively, you got some issues. Ahead of them lies the original rail tracks of the station. As Springfield approaches, she gently kicks away the small pebble at her feet. Her boots let out a crisp ringing as they make contact with the rails. Finally, she raises her muzzles against Perry. At last, I got you. Going through everything one by one was worth it after all. Now's your time. Springfield looks down at Perry, her rifle held right against her head. Unfortunately, simply finding me isn't enough. Now! Having successfully lured Springfield to the final coordinates designated by the compass, a feeling of certainty and confidence fills Perry's heart. Despite falling just short of success each time, the countless attempts and cooperations were enough for her to put her trust in that voice. As anticipated, they do not let her down this time either. The thunderous roar of an oncoming locomotive shatters the silence of an empty fair. A train traveling at full speed suddenly appears in a broken track. As it rapidly approaches, Springfield standing on the tracks is exactly its target. And yet, a deafening explosion erupts right on the track just before the train makes contact with Springfield. The heat generated by the blast mixed with dust and accompanied by the shockwaves instantly blinds Perry. Did we get her? Perry struggles to see beyond dust and smoke. When she finally manages to gaze past the haze, there is nothing there. Disappeared? The train and Springfield both disappeared? How? How could she? She was old. What an actual jump scare. Oh my, were you looking for me? Perry's breath gets caught in her throat as Springfield suddenly re-emerges. She tries to shift her frame away from Springfield to nothing personal, kid. To gain some distance, but it's clear that there's nowhere to run. Springfield smiles as she crouches down and gently strokes Perry's cheek. How did you manage that? Let me guess. You have a little helper, right? Look at you shaking. I see someone has been helping you avoid a neural overwrite. Calculation sequence, Sharkery. The Moppy's indicator's light flashes erratically. Reflected on its surface are the silhouettes of Groza and Sharkry. Soon it makes its choice. Bright yellow dye covers Sharkry's back at the sound of gunfire is heard again. Anchor protection, Sabrina. Where the backup power supplies? On the shelves in the last row. Some mobbies that haven't been defeated yet seem to be guarding it. Wanna go together? No, no need. Leave it to me. You can focus on investigating the lock. Perry unexpectedly runs into a Moppy unit as she reaches the shelves. However, instead of firing on Perry, Moppy's indicator light flashes out normally. It ends up dumping a few rounds into the opposite direction where no one's present. Thanks a lot. After grabbing the power supplies, Perry thanks the Moppy in a soft yet polite manner. Checking sequence MacD. Over here! Mako responds with a hail of bullets, staining the already multicolored corridor with fresh marks. You're pretty quick. Come with me then! Matthew zips left and right in opposite direction where Andres is, into a room that just so happens to have an open door. Trying to flank me, huh? Let's deal with the more problematic ones first. Macchiata ignores MacD and turns around to chase after Andres, but then she sees a Moppy rolling out of the room, which blocks the path between the two of them. The indicator light on the Moppy and Macchiata's blind spot flashes rapidly. Better avoid unnecessary hassle. With time running out, Macchiata turns around again to give chase to MacD after losing out on both ends. Lind. How confident. Lind sweeps her leg over in an attempt to topple the Moppy. At the same time, Perry stares at another Moppy unit behind Lind's target with his indicator light flashing. The very next moment, the Moppy behind Lind starts spinning and spraying with his weapon. Lind is unable to deal with it on their own and gets forced back into the surveillance room. The hell? Right after Lind takes cover behind the surveillance room, a tiny figure quickly follows. See you later. Multicolored dye splatters over Lind's body. Perry reaches her gun carefully at the relentless doll. Rosa. As bullets rain down, Perry spots a Moppy in a direction of her retreat. The strange flickering light makes her tighten her grip on her gun. Perry makes up her mind while Groza stops for a moment to keep up with her. Meanwhile, Sabrina is approaching her, breaking out of the Moppy's encirclement. Let's do this! Perry issues a command to the Moppy unit. Following Perry's order, the Moppy aims and fires at Groza. Meanwhile, Perry makes no indication to evade and remains frozen with her gun in her hands, but Sabrina suddenly rushes out, blocking the attack with her shield. Anchor destruction detected. Procedure anomaly. Terminated event. Leaning against the car door, Perry looks at the compass system displayed on the dashboard flashing with an abnormal light. I need to find a termination code. As if responding to her call, the compass screen flashes rhythmically. Springfield's overbearing approach. Oh, I just realized the termination code. That's what she was saying the entire time. She wasn't saying bitch ass bastard hoe. Springfield's overbearing approach constrains Perry's movement. Records of past collaborations continue to circulate unabated. Now, tell me, just who were you talking to that night? Perry gives no answer in response to total silence.
It's fine if you want to keep your mouth shut. After all, that vulnerability has already been patched. With an appalled expression emerging on Perry's face, Springfield smiles intently, then promptly pulls the trigger. A bullet tears through Perry's core without warning, sending her body to crumpling to the ground. Her eyes grow dim. The vivid young girl just a moment ago now lies dead, a look of trepidation frozen on her face. Then everything plunges into a bottomless darkness. The fair, the train track, the statue-like crowd, and Perry with her destroyed core. Everything shatters into fragmented data, disintegrating and fracturing until everything reverts into disorder symbols. Encoding output, ending code, Sharkri, ending code, Macchiato, ending code, Klukai, ending code, Belka, ending code, Centeracy, ending code, Sabrina 1. Error, bitch asshole, Sabrina, bitch asshole, bitch asshole, bitch asshole, bitch asshole, bitch asshole. Error, global variable, bitch, has been created. Error, bitch asshole, bitch asshole, bitch asshole, bitch asshole. Def, mommy, Springfield. Safe mode enable. Hate my fools. The torrential data flows like a bottomless and turbulent river in the darkness. Amidst the chaos, a silhouette gradually takes shape. First his core, then his arms and neck. Ice Cube's neuroclap. It's funny that I'm old enough to know who Ice Cube is. Though in incomplete shadow, there's no doubt that it's Springfield. Another gunshot rings out. The incomplete data fragments are scattered once more, leaving a crack in a likeness of a vortex or a black hole in a fragile shadow. At the same time, the bullet fired from nowhere hangs frozen in the air, as though struggling against something. Within moments, the bullet bursts into shrapnel and is devoured by the lingering fragments, merging into the mass of scattered data. Like a closing writ of the abyss, the crack slowly seals itself as the fragments converge once more into the danger that comes from its death. This time, Springfield's form is clear and distinct. Without hesitation, Springfield points her rifle at a direction that shot came from and pulls the trigger. The sound of something being hit echoes through the darkness. Data synchronization complete. Springfield opens her eyes, gazing into the darkness calmly. I don't know how you're creating these vulnerabilities, but it won't be a problem anymore once I take you out. There's nothing more you can do for her. In the bottomless darkness, a faint spark flickers. That's more than enough. Along with the voice fading, the spark also vanishes. Vulnerability cleanup completed. Commencing anomaly report upload. Yet the program displays an error message for her instead of running smoothly. Anomaly upload failed. Springfield frowns at the sight of the result. Commencing system maintenance. Alright. Let's see if we get some full context here. Japanese jeep races across the wilderness. Hurry up, we're not far away from Amina's coordinates. Sitting on the passenger seat, Jangyu keeps refreshing the terminal screen constantly while the red dot representing Amina's location continues pulsating on the map. Calm down. Hammering the refresh button won't make us get there any sooner. How could I possibly calm down? As if Perry gone missing since this morning, so everyone quit the rally to find her wasn't enough, nor finding out that multiple other teams are also missing, including Amina. Amina's your friend, right? Aren't you worried at all? This is the exact kind of situation where panic won't help. The organizers have already sent us the coordinates of Amina's vehicle as per compass system. As long as the signal's up, we still have a chance. And to think I thought this compass thing was totally unnecessary when Belka explained the rules to me just because you had to download it before you leave and process the data after you come back. I see why it's important now. The contamination zone is way too dangerous. Could those teams that fail to send back even just a coordinate already? Don't overthink yourself. The compass is installed in the vehicle, so the vehicle being gone doesn't mean the people are as well. Just like how an employee can still be working on the spreadsheets years after the company's bankruptcy. It's not time for jokes. And that was way too grim. Just want to help you chill a little bit. Jackie comforts Jangyu, then presses the pedal to the floor. As they approach the coordinates, an overturned jeep comes into sight of the two. I see it. That vehicle ahead. That's Amina's. She must have passed out from the crash. We need to go help her. Of course. Entering combat mode. Preparing to engage targets. Jangyu and Jiaohui disembark and approach Amina's vehicle from opposite flanks. There's no one. The two conclude after surveying the perimeter around the vehicle. There's no one inside. The only thing running is a compass system, still transmitting its live coordinates to the organizers. I found some footprints nearby, so she probably ditched the vehicle after the crash. Judging by the marks from the jeep and all the missing cargo, she was definitely attacked. Could it be other brokers? I think Amina was specifically targeted yesterday as well. I won't rule out the possibility. Her team's not particularly well armed, which makes her a low-hanging fruit in the eyes of the others. Jangyu, contact the commander and send him what we found here. Before she can finish, a rowdy disturbance interrupts her words. Dust and sand are kicked up by the vehicles beyond the horizon, which approach them like a pack of wild beasts. Is that Jaegers? They're coming right at us. Prepare for combat. Fuck them up. The story being self-contained is not surprising. Alright. That's good. Fall back! Fall back! These rabbits are way too strong! As suddenly as they arrive, the Jaegers withdraw after realizing they're no match for the doll duo. That's it? Hey Frisk, how's it going? Jinky's frenzy shows no sign of calming down as she plans to continue her pursuit. Wait, let's not chase after them. What? So we're just going to let them go? How can you stomach that? Not to mention it might be linked to Amina's disappearance. What if they're holding her hostage? Jahi looks in the direction the Jaegers are escaping towards. Their vehicles leave behind prominent tracks in the yellow sand. We just searched the perimeter and found nothing remarkable. Yet these Vaegers came prepared and with a clear goal. What you're saying is, let me contact the commander right now. Catching on to Jiao Hui's meaning, Zhang Yu immediately passes into the commander's channel and relays to him the details of their experiences. So they camp around, most likely to ambush any potential friend of the crashed vehicle. I see you came to the same conclusion. Then they ambushed the wrong people. Your average broker might have a hard time dealing with them, but we're elite T-dolls. They were holding back. As in holding back their heavy firepower? Jeffrey lowers her head, trying to recall. The fight didn't last long. It was more like they withdrew after determining that they were disadvantaged in firepower. Even though they demonstrated signs of panic and disorder, the retreat was weirdly organized and orderly. I believe it's a ploy to lure us into something. I suspect they set their sights on the participating convoys and planned the ambush using their familiarity with the terrain. From my experience, this is not in line with how Vaegers usually operate, Commander. Indeed, I'm also of the same opinion. Even though there's like 10,000 Vaegers in the game, and they're all over the map, and there's like actual gang members that are being Vaegers. Yeah, I don't know what their modus operandi is, to be completely honest. Is this where cell phone shows up? No, probably not. Actually, it is pretty weird that she hasn't shown up in a while. In fact, don't you find the modus operandi of these Vaegers somewhat familiar? You mean the way these Vaegers responded is highly reminiscent of those we encountered during the Ida incident. In other words, they started to use their brains all of a sudden. Their plan is to exist. So when we seemingly destroyed their hideout, it might have only seemed that way on the surface. Them again? We've really got to wipe them out this time. Have you located Perry, Commander? I wonder if her disappearance is also related to this unusual group of Vaegers. We can't rule out that possibility. Other dolls are still looking for her. What's your plan then? I'll do as you command. I'll handle the Vaegers. You two, keep searching for Aminda. Roger. Leave it to us. After the communication, Vaegers be throwing gang signs. I can see them doing that. After the communication ends, I quickly relay the information on our Vaegers back to brief. Then contact Rosa. Oh, she's mentioned here. Nice. I quickly sort through my thoughts during the brief seconds I wait for a call to connect. The operations of the Vaegers in this area are clearly an anomaly. The previous commission is far from over. But what's their deal? The contamination zones are a confusing mess to govern, and Vaegers is simply an umbrella term for all the bandits scattered around the zones. Okay, that makes more sense. Most of these thugs have no systemic training, or military background, surviving solely through foolhardiness and living each day not knowing whether the next will arrive. So basically, they gave them the name Vaegers, but they're basically just marauders. That's basically just it. They're just marauding parties. These Vaegers and the group we encountered during the Ida incident are active in distinctly different areas, but they share the same cautious approach and tactical awareness. It's not, particularly sophisticated, but nonetheless noteworthy. Could it be the result of Bree's recent targeted eradication of the Vaegers?
Or perhaps there's a commander now leading them, one that stands above the rival factions. Is that even possible? These bandits always act without regard for consequences in their struggle for more resources, to the point of causing more harm to each other than any other bounty hunter, broker, or even railway garrison could. But now there's someone who's united them, or at the very least, a portion of them? Commander? I'm here. I'm cleaning the chair right now, but I'm here for you. The call has passed through, and Groza's familiar voice soon follow. From the look of what's on your face, did something happen, Commander? Groza smiles gently, likely at the sight of my pensive expression. Yeah. There's a small issue that requires your help. Only a small issue? It might not even be an issue for you. I informed Groza of the entire situation surrounding the abnormal Viagers. So, you want me to contact Brief in your stead while you stay at the fair to lead the dolls to search for Perry? Yes. Only you can take care of that for me. Understood. I will make sure it is handled properly. Then I'll leave it to you. Contact me if there's any developments. After hanging up the call, I see two familiar figures approach. Springfield and Sister Racy are slowly walking towards me. She didn't run to save. No, she's being called for, so she's pretty happy, I guess. Okay. Sorry, coffee really has an effect on you. Sorry, Master, we haven't been able to find Miss Perry. I see. However, we did discover some clues. Clues? Yes. Given Perry's unusual behavior last night, Sister Racy and I went back to investigate that alley. We managed to find this. Springfield shows me a picture. A narrow door stands out prominently against the wall. The door is located in an out-of-way spot. We completely missed it in the darkness last night. The clutter blocking the door was moved when we got there. It's clear someone went through it recently. What you're saying is someone was indeed talking to Perry and then left through that door? Yes. Afterwards, Sister Racy and I went through the door. Can you guess where it led us? I still had a basic sense of direction even though I was drunk last night. It's Nesjika's place, right? But I don't recall seeing any door on the wall when I paid him a visit. That's because the door was obstructed by decorative fabrics. It's hard to tell when you're not looking for it. Jacob enjoys flaunting his wealth. I remember his place being heavily guarded by security and packed with surveillance systems. Yes. Manager and I took notice of that. The secret door outside is within the field of view of one of the cameras. As long as the guards were doing their job, they have spotted any movement. Unfortunately, they look pretty hostile to our presence, which is why we decided to come back and brief you on this discovery. Perhaps it would be better if you paid them a visit yourself. Hopefully Miss Polonice's favor still carries some weight. Would you still need Polonice's favor if you're really in a hurry? Brokers are traders as well. Communication is always preferable to violence, isn't it? Fine. Let's go. Commander's like, can we just fucking kill them? Springfield's like, probably not. As soon as Racy, Springfield, and I arrive at Jacob's place, a commotion can be heard ahead. No! You people owe me an explanation. What do you mean you can't find him? All my men who are participating installed that system as required. There must be something wrong with the system. Sir, please understand. All vehicles equipped for the system will transmit their live coordinates back to us. What's happened to your companion might be due to damage to his vehicle, which could be causing the onboard software to malfunction. You may try to contact him with other means. As much as his dad tries to ease old Neil down, we are unable to quell his anger. You think I'd be here in the first place if I could reach him? Where's Jacob? Tell him up! A loud bang interrupts the dispute. In a deafening silence, the sharply dressed broker saunters out of the door, with his bodyguards emerging behind him with a pistol in hand, coldly scanning their surroundings. What's with all the fuss about? Jakub? No, I'm gonna keep calling him Jacob. Jakub! No, just Jacob. Old Neil suddenly lunges forward but is immediately restrained by the bodyguard. Explain yourself. It's been hours since the rally ended, and not only has my man not returned, your broken system can't even locate him. You are the ones who told us to shut down our own positioning systems because it'll interfere with the rally. Staring at the struggling old man, Jacob shakes his head in dismay. Alas, incomplete, incompetent, foolish, and prone to violence. This is exactly why I hate dealing with you Yellow Zone hicks. You have more in common with those bandits outside than with brokers. What do you mean? Think before you start barking. If your men went missing during the rally, then you should first be asking those Vayakers, Elids, or the collapse storm outside, not shouting at the organizers of this event. They changed his name. It's not your first ride in the Yellow Zone, much less your first time taking part in the investment promotion. Although it isn't always this straightforward. When has it ever been completely safe? Don't tell me you can't even handle this little bit of risk. You? Old Neil's face flushes with anger, yet Jacob's speech instantly deflates his momentum. Let him go. Jacob taps Old Neil's shoulder. As the organizer, my compass is there to provide everyone with a guarantee of safety through our utmost effort. Look, my friend here also received the coordinates I provided so he could go find his lost doll. Isn't that right? Jika suddenly brings us into the conversation. I hesitate for a moment before nodding. See? There's nothing wrong with the compass. But you can calm down and go home and wait for his return. Or you can go out there and yourself and find him. Either way, throwing a tantrum here won't help. Seeing Jacob about to leave, Springfield and I quickly approach him. Mr. Jacob, please, wait a moment. Jacob squints and glances over us, then turns his head to speak to his secretary without lowering his voice. Just handle them for me. Remember, don't make me waste time on trivial matters while I'm busy entertaining my important guest. I understand. After his departure, the young secretary approaches us. Hello. May I be of assistance? Right. One of our companions went missing. Okay. I see. You can go back to your post.
The secretary nods at the head bodyguard who has come to assist with the investigation, then turns back at us politely. Although we really wish we could offer some sort of assistance, we are unfortunately powerless in the matter. As you can see, I just spoke to our head bodyguard. No guard on duty saw anyone exiting that door last night, according to him. It was pretty dark outside. Are you sure they didn't miss it? I can't give you a guarantee, but they're qualified security personnel my employer hired for the safety zones. I have faith in their professionalism and responsibility. What about surveillance? Can we see footage from that angle during that time? Unfortunately, there was a problem with that surveillance camera, and all last night recordings were lost. Because of course they were. And there's no backup from the central server? Sadly, the central server only receives the records from the cameras after midnight to save on memory. Therefore, last night footage can't be accessed, because of course is that contrived. I understand, but I'm really worried about my missing friend. Is it possible for me to talk with the guard who was on duty last night? Even a little bit of info can help us greatly. I'm afraid that can't be done. The team who was on duty was sent to a warehouse off-site to safeguard the cargo loading process. It'll be a while before they return. How convenient. This is clearly more of an excuse than anything else. Anyone can go through that door if they manage to find it. But with this kind of response, Jacob must be involved somehow. The missing person is a very important friend of ours. With how dangerous the contaminant zone is and how many teams also experiencing accidents today, we can't afford to waste a single minute. Additionally, losing a dear friend during an event hosted by Mr. Jacob would be likely terrible publicity for him. Springfield? I turned to her, surprised by her sudden interjection. To my knowledge, Springfield was never the type to play the emotional card, nor would she ever be rash to provoke her adversaries without first gaining control of the situation. Springfield's words clearly throw the Secretary office momentum. If he is also someone, like he said, hired from the safety zone, he can't possibly tolerate a threat coming from a doll. I see that your dolls under your command have quite the personalities and are quite outstanding. May I ask, is it possible for the one who went missing to have left of her own volition? Are you suggesting she abandoned us? What I mean is that Perry demonstrated excellent performance in the first day's rally. Excellent dolls naturally get more attention and thus more options. Of course, that's just a baseless assumption on my part, but you can rest assured that she can't be in as much danger as you imagine, given the survivor skills she demonstrated on the first day. I see. So that's how it is. I turned to look at Springfield, only to meet her gaze halfway through. After briefly exchanging glances, we both arrived at the same conclusion. I'll check with the others to see if I can find more. Thank you for Jacob's and your assistance. You're most welcome. We will also keep an eye out for you and wish you the best of luck in finding your companion. After bidding farewell to the young secretary and the bodyguard, Cinderati, Springfield, and I head back to our place. The gentle smile slowly fades from Springfield's face. Manager, do you have any findings? Yeah, got some too? Not sure, but I know you two wouldn't have left without getting the answer you wanted. We only used the term companion from this morning because we thought a doll going missing wouldn't be taken seriously. But none of us ever clarified that the companion was Perry, right?
Is this what you meant when you told us to not put all the goods on the shelves right away, manager? It's not that complicated. Yeah, so basically they know what's going on. As in Jacob knows what's going on, and they're hiding it. Because they mentioned Perry was missing, but neither the commander nor Springfield said that it was Perry that was missing. Just someone was missing, a companion. So basically, that dude fucked up. Following the chaotic tire marks, Jiahui and Jiangyu pursuit pushes deeper and deeper into the wilderness. You know full well this is a trap, Jiahui. Continue chasing down like this is playing right into their hands. Whether it's a successful trap or not depends on the timing. We didn't get chased right away back there, so they think their track had failed. Or their trick had failed. And even if, chances are slim, you won't give up the opportunity to rescue Amita, right? Good, good. You know, your straightforward personality has kind of grown on me as of late. Don't you worry. With me around, you'll never have to suffer the kind of sorrowful memories Ida did. Thanks. Hey, look over there, Jiahui. Lots of little dots moving around near the valley entrance. It's like a party over there. Wait, I think there are two groups fighting over there. I can see it. These are Viegers fighting against an ambushed broker team. Prepare for combat. Alright. It's weird. Then my face got numb. Damn, I love how Fukai just make things ultra fast. That I don't even have time to look away from my screen. With Jiahui and Jiangyu's support, the Viegers are quickly beaten back and they retreat. A petite figure leaps out of the back seat the moment the broken vehicles come to a stop. She runs in and throws herself into the arms of Jiahui. Aminda, what's with... Jiahui looks towards the jeeps. An elderly broker also hops out of his jeep and starts smoking while squatting on the ground, having just survived a life or death situation. Aminda slowly finds her composure after crying for a good while, and Jiahui helps her wipe away her tears. So what happened before this? My team and I followed the route over our partner's cutout yesterday. She assured us it was safe and all, that there were no elite hives or Viger camps in the vicinity. That's what we thought, until we ran into Vigers halfway through. Those thugs were vicious and kept chasing after me. I was separated from my teammates while trying to shake them off, and the entire team got lost as well. My jeep crashed in the end, and I escaped from it. Thankfully, I ran to old Neil. If it wasn't for his aid, I wouldn't be around anymore. Joey, I just spoke with the brokers over there. The leader is called Neil, and he was participating in the fair. They came out here to find their companion that went missing during the rally. Yeah, old Neil was concerned that when he learned that we were attacked by Viegers. Plus, I also wanted to find my partner, which is why we didn't immediately head back. But it's really dangerous out here with the Viegers now running around. Well, brokers always play tricks and they try to suspense. We all still have a bottom line. As long as we're partners, we will trust and support each other. Otherwise, it's really hard for humans to survive in the contamination zones. Not to mention, brokers of the same team might have grown up in the same settlement.
Everyone simply wanted to survive at first, before eventually becoming an underground broker. It's just like old Neil's missing friend. Old Neil had watched him grow up. It's not someone he can simply ignore. In the swirling wind and choking dust, Amina pours out the helplessness of the situation, her eyes brimming with tears again. It's not uncommon for a child of this age to shed tears, except they would usually cry over things like a bad score in an exam, a silly dress, or a lost toy. Aminda purses her lips and lowers her head. Seeing this, Jangu pats the girl's cheeks. My, it's fine, don't worry. Jahui and I are here now. The regulars won't dare come back. Jangu, you escort Amina and Old Neil teams back to the fair. I'll stay around and look for more clues. Yep, just leave it to me. Watch out while you're by yourself. I'll come back right after dropping them off. Aminda, give me all you have in your partner. Appearance, vehicle model, last on the coordinates, etc. But Jahui, Old Neil's companion. Don't worry. Don't you know me by now? Jackie affectionately pats Amina's head. Thank you. Anyway, that's why I'll be remaining in the area to look for Amina's and Old Neil's missing friends. I see. Copy that. You're not gonna stop me, Commander? Why should I? I believe in your judgment. Welcome back, Recon. Even if I refused and told you to back off, would you actually sit tight during this precious window opportunity? I thought we knew each other well enough already, but I guess I still have more work to do. Commander. Dylan, bring back our poor victims. Roger. After hanging up Jahui's comm, I resumed browsing the data brief just sent back to me. As I scanned through the activity reports on Viagers in the past few years, a frown slowly creeps up on my face. At my side, Springfield looks into the reports with intrigue. What's the matter, Commander? Something wrong with the data brief provider? This area, it feels off. According to Breeze Intelligence, the Alvegas operating this area are notorious for their unhinged brutality. Not only are settlements nearby constantly raided by them, they even tried to take down the Great Wall Railway a few years back. They've been acting more restrained since then. They are no longer in direct conflict with the railway garrison, but they still harass brokers, bounty hunters, and PMCs in the area. An incident from a while ago reported them raiding a PMC convoy in the green zone. It says that their precision engineered heavy machinery was looted. Security companies tasked with transporting heavy machinery are usually equipped with some hefty firepower. To think these Viagers dared to mess with them. Yeah. On top of that, according to local witnesses, these Viagers would also go around and seize all sorts of machines and modify their new pieces of equipment to bolster their strength. A fleeting train of thought drifts through my mind, but I can't quite get a hold of it. Pushing it aside, I redirect my focus back to the activity reports, skimming through piles of records of raids against the brokers in recent years. Loud commotions echoed through the fair and reached my ears. The disappearance of several teams during the rally hasn't hampered any of the liveliness. Death is but a daily occurrence here. The watered-down liquor one drinks the night before may very well be the fine wine they reminisce about before their demise tomorrow. Such a hostile environment. Springfield, this is where Jacob made a name for himself, right? Going by what Polynesna said the other day, nobody knows what he went through during these years, only that he re-emerged as an influential broker. What do you think the chances are that a broker can rise so quickly and prominently in an area infested with Viagers? That does sound quite suspicious. Springfield stares thoughtfully at the report, then gently smiles. Just leave it to me, Commander. Gathering intel on the broker's background is my specialty. Suddenly, sexy cat. One day you'll be part of the main story and do some mindfuckery, but now's not that day. Blood. Blood everywhere. The stench of rust mixed with a rotten odor wafts through the air and blows through those stiff corpses. Vehicles have been riddled with bullets and overturned. The drivers and their passengers have all perished. Some were dragged out of their seats and bludgeoned to death. Others were left with a bullet lodged inside their skull. The scenery is painted with hellish brutality and barbarism. Jaegers. Jiahui moves through what's left of the brokers. Despite her best efforts, she can't find anything useful intact, not even a piece of cloth to use as a cerament. At last, Jiahui comes to a stop, casts her eyes downward, and her grip tightens on the terminal. On the screen, the person smiling broadly is lying right in front of Jiahui. Her once healthy tan skin is now covered in dark purple bruises. Bastards. Rage overwhelms Jiahui's senses as she clenches her fist tightly. We'll never forget them. Barely containing her anger, Jiahui marches towards an overturned vehicle. Let me at least remove the body from the driver's seat first. Such thoughts fly through her neural cloud as she crawls into the vehicle, about to ignore all the filth and bloodstains, except the interior seems to be in a far better state than she anticipated. All except for its displaying screen, the compass system, which is capable of sending the vehicle's coordinates to rescuers, has been completely destroyed. But with a lingering suspicion, Jiahui walks over to another overturned vehicle to take a gander. That's been destroyed too. The doubt in her mind gradually intensifies, eventually evolving into a deeper resentment and dread. Jiahui patches a call into the commander. I found Amina's partner, Commander. Your tone doesn't sound too reassuring. Are they gone? Yes, all of them gone, including Mina's partner. Please continue. More importantly, Commander, all their vehicles have had their compasses systematically destroyed. Systematically? Are you saying it's not an isolated incident? Yes, I examined the vehicle's interiors. This did not happen by chance. If I recall correctly, the one you and Jang Yu found. Correct, Commander. The system on board Amina's vehicle was intact. And it just so happens that the Viagers were setting an ambush there. It wasn't a coincidence, nor were they just sitting around hoping for the best. They knew how the compass worked, and that someone would have to come to check on the coordinates. Shall we head back to Mina's abandoned vehicle right now? Roger. I'll have Sabrina head there ASAP after picking up main link from the Elmo. Just what I had in mind. Jiahui ends up communication and hops back into her vehicle. Commander, target locked. Go. Crush them. Yeah, Commander ain't playing any games. He said, fuck him up.
These are all elites though, they're not Vaegers. Jiahui, here! Sabrina waves enthusiastically at Jiahui, who has just arrived. Pardon me for being late. I got held up by some elites on the way here. I should have arrived first otherwise. It's okay, but... Jiahui nods understanding. I know. You already mentioned it during the call earlier. The compass on Mina's vehicle has been destroyed. I think I'm the only one in my city who pulled for Jiahui. Yeah, I didn't pull for her. Because I knew Springfield was coming next. This is the car you saw earlier, right? And the compass was still functioning back then? Yes, otherwise the organizers wouldn't be able to send us these coordinates. That means someone came over and sabotaged it after you left? Anyway, we just want to make sure it's the same vehicle. Let's brief the commander on the situation first. Hold on. Jiahui nods, then patches into a channel with the commander. After being briefed by Jiahui on the situation, the realization that my suspicions are gradually becoming a reality causes me a sudden headache. Despite knowing the compass can send out location data, coming back to destroy it after the ambush has failed is far too deliberate. Mailing, is there any way it can be repaired? It's completely busted. Unless we can gain access to the server of the organizer or another vehicle with the compass installed, we're out of options. I've always been a bit suspicious of it all, Commander. While this rally has no official track, the participants would converge near the checkpoints where the organizer would have me, logistical, and support personnel stationed. But all the incidents occurred mid-race, when the participants were dispersed and by themselves. Even with the Vaegers familiar with the terrain, it is hard to execute such precise interceptions. And according to Aminda, they're capable of organizing an effective pursuit even after their ranks have been scattered. So you're suggesting that these Vaegers also have access to the live position data of the participants? Yes. We're on the same page then. The destroyed compass systems are more of a cover-up than anything else. As long as Jacob doesn't make the system public, it'll be hard to narrow things down. But some teams made it back successfully. I can check their compass to find the receiver. The organizer would fiddle with the compass under the pretext of data logging and verification at every checkpoint and from the finish line. If Jacob really has tied to Vaegers, then the evidence would have been wiped clean by now. Then we're just screwed. Not to mention that, going by your earlier theory, Perry's disappearance is also connected to this Jacob. No way this guy would have just spilled the beans. Shall we take more drastic measures, Commander? Shall I slice his neck? Jacob, the rally, the brokers, the abnormal Vaegers, Perry's disappearance. A massive jumble of information spirals into chaos. The hesitation isn't born out of fear, but caution, lest we set off the kind of fuse that's indifferent to who will be caught in the blast. Commander? Perhaps now is not yet the right time. Springfield quickly interjects herself into the conversation after quietly listening beside me this whole time. Since we're dealing with a broker, we should approach him on these terms as well, Commander. Seems like you already have a plan. I did run a small, inconspicuous business in the Green Zone after all.
You can relax and entrust this to me. I glance at Springfield as she smiles softly, a barely noticeable glint of cunning flashing through her narrowed eyes. Of course. When it comes to you, have I ever had any doubts? In that case, Mei-Ling and Sabrina, you two head back to the fair and check the other vehicles just in case. Right. Jiahui, I've already ordered Zheng Yu to rendezvous with you. After you meet, keep searching for the other missing personnel and Paris whereabouts. Remember, no need to hold back, but don't lose your cool either. I understand. Inside the Verga camp, the leader picks up an anonymous call. Lavrenti, how's the harvest coming along? Smooth sailing. These amateurs we marked on the first day have all been taken care of. If not for that old bastard Jacob being such a craven, we've got more. Don't get greedy. You have to whittle them down little by little. All the big fish are reserved for the last day. The fair needs to be rendered powerless first for us to seize all the supplies. If not, that little sheep Jacob would have been raised for nothing. No problem. Are you sure you took care of all the transmitters? Don't let anyone trace it back to you. So what if it's been traced? You're about to pull the rug anyway. Californian Rager. A hearty laughter of the comms made the regular leader realize how his pride had gotten the better of him. You fool! Not till you take care of it, you take care of it! You'll be in a fuckload of trouble if anyone finds out we have dealings with Jacob. Remember, we're just your average regulars who happened to take notice of the Brooker's Fair and decided to raid it on the last day. Tell your brothers to put on their best impressions of short-tempered and violent bandits. Yes, boss. I was just joking. I took care of it all. Only one got away first, but I went back and made sure it was destroyed. Good. The moment Brief and the brokers discovered that we're behind this whole thing, our plan in the other areas will be ruined. Don't make yourself a pain in the ass for me and the boss. Got it. Seeing the others' anger subside, the Vegas leader lets out a sigh of relief. He has witnessed firsthand how ruthless and impartial this person is with their punishments. If possible, he hopes to never fall into their hands. There's something else, boss. Some brothers reported that one bounty hunter apparently showed up again. The one who wouldn't give up and ended up taking down one of our layers. They spotted his dolls during the ambush today. They're most likely at the fair right now. You mean the one Gerard encountered? Yeah, that one. Those dolls are something to be reckoned with, but we just got our hands on our big boy recently. They would have been a real inconvenience had it arrived just a few days late. Now, with the big boy's modification complete and ready for deployment, it'll surely come in handy when we're reeling in the net. It won't be easy with that guy around. The other side of the comm pauses for a second. What about the doll that came to us? How's it going? The neural override program has been injected as per procedure, but it's running slower than usual. I did check the back end, and it's running without any error. Sure, but like you said, she's a high-end doll after all. It's only natural for her neural claw to have some robust firewalls. Looks like we have a change of plan. Lavrenti, get the brothers ready and fight to fight and wait for my signal. Also, keep an eye on the override program and wait for it to complete. This doll is about to come in handy. Yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Alright, how much we got left? Whoo! That's a lot. Okay. Yeah, I think that's 2 hours worth. Get her done. Data erased. Data erased. Data erased. Perry is curled up in the darkness. The irreversible neural meltdown causes her to scream and screech in agony. With the memories of Springfield destroying her vividly act in her mind, the deafening gunshot rings out endlessly, tormenting Perry's already frail mind. Why? The rumbling of the train also echoes in her ears, followed by the sudden downturn in the tide of battle. After all, that vulnerability has been patched. Why did it fail? It hurts. Perry increases her force. She can feel the joints of her body creaking. The override program tears through her mind without mercy, erasing fragments of her memory. The hollow left behind makes her curl in pain, tears rolling down her cheeks. Gone. Something important. Vanished. What happened? Why did Springfield deviate from the simulation sequence? Why would she attack me? What is Springfield? How did the simulation sequence run into an error? Please tell me. Why? Please. Why? I mean, I'm not pulling her. I don't have any pulls. Perry shouts into the darkness, babbling incoherently while frantically demanding answers. Alas, only silence answers her. The voice in the darkness has guided her along the way, has truly vanished. Did that override program find me? Did it find us? What should we do? I can't do anything right, even before it detected us. Even with your help, I was barely able to move forward. What should I do now? Hey, tell me. Am I heading to that terrifying abyss again? No. I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back. I don't want to lose my memory again. She's in complete turmoil. With her mind fractured and her body in agony, Perry is slowly driven to the edge of insanity. She trembles, trying to maintain her sanity, but fear and pain keep clouding her thoughts. However, this is not the end for her. What is this? In the pitch dark of her neural space, Perry sees her doorway bathed in light. It's her doorway she knows all too well. It's the one that saved her when she failed to resist the neural override. It's the one she's stepped through countless times at the urging of that voice. It's the one that would eventually help her find the key to escape from the program. Is this assembly sequence still running? As long as it's running, I still have a chance. Seeing what she thought was lost has now returned to her, Perry firmly collapsed her gun again. So warm. During the countless attempts that yielded no results, she would desperately try to hold on to the innumerable warm, yet fuzzy fragments of her mind like this. The searing pain coursing through her body reminds Perry once again that even these remnants of her mind are slipping away. She knows full well that relinquishing this chance given by the voice means the override process will be completed in no time. By then, none of these precious fragments will survive. Which means that Perry will stop being Perry. I don't want that. There are people waiting for me. They are my most precious treasures. She has yet to find Master, and she does not want to forget all the memories of her friends. More importantly, someone is waiting for her to return. No matter what she has lost, she will never, ever forget that person. I cannot stop. I want to protect these things. She wants to see them again. She wants to live with them like before. Not through simulation, not virtually, but to truly see, touch, and feel them again. Even all I have left, all I can protect now, are these scattered fragments. This is not contentment, it's her fear of losing what little remains. Whatever pain lies ahead, I will stop all of this. My new record must not be lost again. Gritting her teeth, Perry steps through the door. Starting termination code simulation. If there's one thing that Griffin titles are good at, it's being stubborn as fuck. They learn from the best. But yeah, that was gut wrenching, for sure. Closed, beta tested, and drugged and still didn't talk. Yeah. Sorry, Commander. They've done a great job of covering their tracks. I can't find anything. After returning to the settlement, Baneling and Sabrina immediately check on the vehicle used by Centervasi and Yasu's rally. It's okay. They are well prepared, which is to be expected. What should we do next, Commander? If we make a big deal out of this without any proof, we'll just be dismissed as clowns trying to sabotage the competition through slander and lies. None of the brokers are taking this matter seriously. I even overheard a number of teams still planning to participate in their rally earlier. Yeah, we gotta stop them somehow. We can't let the organizers continue to harm people with this ruse. Don't worry. There must be another way. As I try to calm down the two in front, a gentle voice suddenly speaks out from behind. Maybe I can handle evidence, Commander. You're Echo already? Didn't you go back? Didn't you go contact your informants? As I see your confident demeanor, realization quickly dawns on me. Oh, I see. So everything has been taken care of? Yes, it went smoothly. As for gathering evidence on the compass, I have some ideas of my own. Though I'll need to speak with Miss Polonisa. Polonisa? But she isn't even a participant. I doubt her team could offer any evidence. Miss Springfield, I feel like we should talk to the brokers who intend on keep going, perhaps? No. It's best not to have any other brokers involved. What goes on in the head of a broker is as unpredictable as the weather in the contamination zone. It's better not to reveal your true intentions this easily until you're certain who's on which side. That being said, I'll head to Miss Polynesia now, Commander. Springfield flashes me a sly smile. It's not an insignificant deal, and she risks nothing by accepting. I don't think she'll refuse my offerings. Oh yeah. Springfield about to work her magic. Inside the tavern, Jacob negotiates with the individual on the other end of the call. I've seen your client's list, and I have everything he wants. To be frank, I've got far more to offer than what's on the list. Medicines, fuel, these are par for the course of any broker. I, on the hand, have even more valuable goods. Special herbs used for brewing, rare minerals, and other exquisite items. All local specialties you wouldn't be able to find in green and white zones. Other than that, I also have some special channels. Even commodities like autonomous machines that can easily be delivered to your client should the need arise. After all, my team is second to none. Hey, you look nice. Alright, Miss Draken. I just offered you an excellent proposal. Well, what are you hesitating about? You know, it's wise to weigh your options in business. This client of mine deals in bulk and only works with reputable brokers. All the more reason for you to choose me and help make this deal go through. Jacob sets down the wine glass he has been toying with for some time. He stands up and starts pacing around, revealing a cabinet lined with a dazzling collection of vintage bottles behind him. In terms of resources and influence, no one's bigger than me around here. No one knows this place better than I. Fine, but before setting you up, I need to see the goods first. As the intermediary, I don't want to waste my client's time, so I have the responsibility to sift through their options for them. Of course, you're welcome to do so. I'll have my secretary send you the coordinates of the warehouse right now. As for the time, how about before noon on the day after tomorrow? I will greet you personally. Let's hope your goods will satisfy my client. Oh, by the way, some items may arrive a few days late. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. However, I am confident that what I have in store will definitely meet your demands. No problem. Just make sure you got everything ready to ship before the delivery date once we confirm the deal. As a gesture of goodwill and to demonstrate my sincerity for our first collaboration, I will reduce the previously provided quote by... Smiling, Jacob deliberately pauses for a moment. 2%. Jacob takes a sip of his wine, calmly enjoying the stunned silence that he has brought upon an intermediary. He had been waiting for this day to come ever since he completed his first trade, ever since he sold a collapsed piece he had taken from the pocket from the hunter's corpse. Good job. That's something valuable you picked up. They go for a decent price. Wow, 2%! Yeah. To this day, Jacob still remembers the one broker who traversed both safety and contamination zones. That's a Nikkei, right? The calculating look in his eyes, hidden by under wrinkles, was utterly distinct from the decayed, empty pupils of the hunter's corpse. They were different from his own eyes that were turning green from hunger, though both had glimpsed the mortality of their own kind.
One was trapped in desperation and only saw the present, while the other weighed the risk and was fixated on the future. Are these the kind of eyes that define a human? Then what does that make himself and others living in the settlement? Such a thought briefly crossed Jacob's mind before being completely replaced by exhilarating sight of food. On that day, Jacob made the first deal in his life and ate some coarse yet clean bread. The meal was ravenously devoured, and the taste had long escaped his memory. But one thing is certain, it was better than mud cakes. That's a great deal. Draken's voice drags Jacob back to the present. Of course it is, and I believe it's far better than whatever Polynesia could offer. Upon hearing the name, the person on the screen raises her eyebrows, and a grin breaks out on her face. Mr. Jacob, I didn't expect you to be so well informed. Just the habit of a competent broker. No, it wouldn't be so pleasant if an old friend snatched your deal, would it? Draken is a cutie. I like the way she looks. I see. I shall faithfully relay your offer and sincerity. Once again flashing his affable smile, Jacob raises his glass and tilts at the screen. Well then, to our pleasant collaboration. Oof. Yeah. Oof. Let's hide here for the moment. As the Viager camp descends into chaos, Perry crawls into a shady corner. Where did she go? Can't you catch even a little runt? Now she's gone. Go find her now. Such an easy prey can't be allowed to slip away like this. A familiar scene plays out, and it triggers Perry's memory of the night she was deceived into breaking into the Viager camp. However, she knows that her greatest obstacle right now is not the Viagers, but rather hiding is pointless. I will soon delete this portion of your memory, just as I did before. Although the gateway to jumpstart the simulation program still exists, the entire sequence has been altered with the voice disappearance and Springfield's intervention. Of course, Springfield has noticed it all. No simulations are safe anymore. The moment Springfield defeats her is the moment this portion of her memory will be overwritten. Before she can catch her breath in her damaged, written body, Perry immediately senses Springfield closing in. She looks around, trying to find an escape. In the opposite direction of Springfield, in the autonomous sentries she controls, Perry spots a small jagged hole. I could probably squeeze through. Perry nimbly maneuvers her way through the narrow alleys. Yet, as she follows her memory forward, she finds herself in a dead end where a passageway should have been. Only now does Perry realize that this virtual space constructed by the simulation program has also begun to crumble. In this space, you can never defeat me. The way this program of yours was implanted into the override system was quite clever, but it's only a matter of time before you're completely broken. Standing in the middle of the alley, Springfield once again points a rifle at Perry. I suggest you give up. After all, I've already eliminated the vulnerability who's been helping you. No matter how you run your simulations, it'll always come back to this. Springfield inches towards Perry. Let me ask again, who were you talking to that night? Perry lifts her head and responds with total silence. Perry stares straight into Springfield's eyes, trying to muster her last bit of strength in an attempt to raise her gun. Without any suspense, Perry's core is once again destroyed by Springfield. Perry collapses to the ground. Her body, along with the entire simulated space, gradually shatters into the original form. Data fragments. Cleanup completed. Missing anomaly report upload. Once again, red light flashes before her eyes. Stuck in her. Probably not. Anomaly upload failed. The same result again. No matter. It's just squashing a bug. There's still plenty of time for that. Commencing system maintenance. Springfield stares at the broken body of Perry lying at her feet as the simulated environment crumbles around her. Everything is reduced into data fragments and swallowed up by the endless digital torrent. Data erased. Alright, give me one moment. I gotta fix something. Yeah, give me 1 minute. I gotta fix something. Thoughts on the mill power Batilda was hiding? It was shocking. I'll put it that way. It was quite shocking. Yep, that was correct. No, that's not it. But it was very welcomed. For sure. I will not complain. Alright, I'm good. I'm good to continue. Yeah, I just wonder why she's shirtless. I know why she's shirtless meta-wise is so that she, you know, so that we can goon, but in universe, why be shirtless? I'm back, Commander. Interested to see the goodies I snatched from my deal?
Ah.
Of course. Springfield projects the visual onto the screen. It's security footage. The camera is pointed right at the door covered by the curtain at Jacob's place. Under the dim light, Jacob lifts the curtain and pushes the door open. Right here. Springfield pauses the footage and zooms in on the exact moment the narrow door gate is fully opened. It will get the commander's attention. That could be true, yeah. But since she's a newer doll, well, I guess it depends on when she shows up in the main story and when she becomes a combat T-doll. Because if she's been on the Elmo for a while, then yeah, she will be into the commander. But since she's new, there is a likelihood that she's not into him yet. Not without the Infinity Stories. After enhancing the image, Perry's petite silhouette is revealed from behind the gates. I immediately look at the time displayed on the screen. It was the very night that Perry went missing. The timing also matches up. As expected, the surveillance being damaged was just an excuse. Jacob hid this record because it contains information unfavorable to him. This is something crucial. He walks with the book. This is something crucial. How did you get your hands on this, Springfield? Over the years, I've come to the realization while operating as a manager at Zucchero that while businessmen may appear friendly and cooperative on the surface, they can often be the fiercest competitors of one another as well. And intel just so happens to be the most potent weapon in such competitions. The same rule applies here in the contamination zones. Digging information is my specialty. At times, gathering intelligence does not require one to be present. You just need to find the right person. So, how much did you pay Polonitsa? Springfield smiles gently. She risked being exposed as a mole to get you this record. It must have cost a fortune. That's not the case. Springfield simply shakes her head. Only peddlers would jump at petty profits like this. Competent brokers will seek out opportunities for cooperation. Naturally, someone on the level of Miss Polonitsa knows that as well. In fact, I help her catch a little mole hiding in her team free of charge as a gesture of goodwill. A mole? The competition among underground brokers is really complicated. It's nothing compared to your accomplishments. But please, keep praising me. What I'm more curious about is how you pulled this all together. I give Springfield a puzzled glance, but she doesn't seem to have any intention of offering an explanation. Instead, she merely blinks and smiles back at me. Oh my, Commander. The story's only halfway through. Are you sure you want me to reveal the answer now? Let's save it for later when we both have some free time for a thorough explanation, shall we? You know, like in a bathtub? What? After all, a story hinges on a suspense to entice readers to flip through its pages. Even I would like for you to keep your anticipation intact, Commander. Seeing Springfield's sly grin, I can't help but let out a deep sigh. Alright then, keep your secrets. I guess I can stop worrying about Jacob for now. Just relax and continue to enjoy vacation. Just like you did at Platinum Resort. It's perfectly okay. However, I kindly ask you to be patient for a little longer. Jacob's connections are difficult to sift through. Before the tea partly begins, I still need to pick the right coffee beans. Commander, we still have half the event to go through. Pretty much. Damn it! Late at night, as Jacob is about to enjoy a nightcap at his private bar, he receives a message that makes him slam his fist on the table. Polonitsa gave better terms. My client thinks we need to reevaluate both your offers. Draken. The cold yet terse sentences from Draken makes Jacob lose all his usual composure. Better terms? Who does she think she is? Daring to outbid me at my own game? Polonitsa.
You kicked me out of my convoy over something as trivial years ago. And now you're back with more wealth and influence, trying to corner me again with absurd biz like this? Go to hell, you bitch! Jacob downs his glass of wine, barely managing to regain his coolness. He pulls out the list he sent to Draken in the afternoon. How much should I quote then? What about additional terms? Flipping through the documents, Jacob quickly calculates all the potential price adjustments, but no matter how he crunches the numbers, the ideal profit still remains an unsightly number too hard to stomach. No. No! What's the point of driving the prices down like this? Even when you snatch it from those bandits with the cost close to nothing, it still can't go any lower. Weren't you the one who paraded around your merchant's bottom line? You want me out? On what grounds? With that kind of firepower, those brokers were doomed from the start. Their deaths were only a matter of time. And besides that, I wasn't the one who killed them. So you just stood by and watched? You can't expect me to fight off elites of my own. I didn't have many men with me either. Playing the Saint and the contaminant zone will only cost you your life. We snatch the supplies, our costs drop. We can afford to give the settlements better deals, and our people get to live better lives. Simple as that. You think your only fault was not playing the Saint? Jacob, we're not philanthropists, but what you're doing is dangerously close to the bottom line. Now leave. You're not cut out to be a broker. Years ago, after tasting the benefits of trade, Jacob accumulated more lost objects to barter with brokers, ultimately joining Polonice's crew as a helper. For a very long time after that, he worked hard and rejoiced in every clean loaf of bread he earned through hard work. Dilated pupils no longer frightened him, and he no longer drooled over basic sustenance like a starving beast. Jacob was content. Now he could look at the goods and think about what price to sell them at tomorrow. All until that day when he was kicked out of the convoy, with Polonice coldly staring at him. Jacob remembered the very first broker he ever met. His wrinkle-covered eyes were clouded compared to Polonice. At his final meal before leaving, Jacob felt for the first time that the bread in his hand was so coarse that it was hard to swallow. When it comes to yourself, what bottom lines do you even respect? Right now, I'm not cut out to be a broker, because I'm definitely not an idiot still crawling around in dust like you lot. All these years, Jacob often recalls those eyes from his memory. He angrily throws his terminal to the side. The stemware filled with wine shatters on the ground with a loud crash. Red liquid slowly spreads across the floor. Jacob stares at the blood-like hue and suddenly calms down. Huh. That's right. How can I forget about that? A broker fights his battles in many ways, and being a supplier isn't the only way to prove your influence. We have far better methods we can rely on. Isn't that right, Polonice? Smiling sinisterly, Jacob retrieves another wine glass and slowly fills it with the red liquor. He phones his secretary as he downs the glass. Listen, send Polonice an invitation on my behalf.
So yeah, so far this story is feeling like another deviation, but I'm wondering if it ties into the main story at the end, purely because of what's happening with Perry. A new day dawns with another round of the rally. The absence of a few participants from yesterday hasn't shaken the excitement of the rest of the Zinman rally. Please register your name, number of vehicles, and license numbers over there. After you're done, please find a staff member to assist you in installing the compass system. Hey, what are you pushing me for? Your team's over there. Dear participants, please form a line. Try not to overcrowd the area. As the staff at the registration booth struggles to maintain order, a commotion breaks out from the crowd, and the rowdy broker suddenly make way for someone. With her code flaring behind her, Polonisa strides forth along the path the crowd has parted for her. Didn't you say you're going to sit this one out? Change your mind already? Well, I did want to watch from the sidelines, but a friend of mine told me there's a big deal to be made here, so I have no choice but to come. While answering an acquainted broker's question, Polonisa casually tosses a list at the registration booth. My team's waiting at the starting line. I'll leave you guys to do all the inspections and installations. Please wait. Just as Polonisa is about to leave, a voice calls out to her. She turns around only to see Jacob in his suit, leisurely strolling towards her. Glad to see you're still around. I was worried you wouldn't accept my invitation. How could I not? An old friend hosting his first fair kindly invited me to a race. I kinda have to show up and support him, right? It's very heartwarming to hear you refer to me that way. Even backstabbing snakes can find a way to coexist with each other. Who's to say us underground brokers can't find a balance? Despite the smile on her face, Polonisa's cold gaze stands out like a sharp blade, tearing through everything. Disturbed by such a sight, Chica tidies up his attire and smiles back. So, you finally accepted I'm a broker now? There's no entry exams to become a broker. As long as you supply goods and make a profit, you're one of us. With how much your business has grown, everyone's gathering around this fair you host. You cannot deny this association even if you want to. Why would I deny it? Actually, I've always been grateful to you for giving me a push years ago. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to find the answers to the questions buried in my heart, let alone my own desires. After all, aspirations will keep this man working forward. Without them, I wouldn't have. Jika goes no further, merely spreading his arms around dramatically. Polonisa looks around, seeing all the hustle and bustle surrounding them. With the rally race about to begin, there are still more people rushing towards the registration booth from afar. Watching the ongoing crowd, Jacob lets out a light chuckle while slowly shaking his head. They too are merely pursuing their desires. But that path is never an easy one. Dealing in life and death, bearing the corresponding risks, that is what being a broker entails. However, to become more powerful means having more choices. Just like how you and I no longer need to take part in this perilous challenge personally. Chica speaks with such calmness, as if merely discussing a meal he left unfinished. Polonisa stares at her impeccably dressed acquaintance. After a moment of silence, she lets out a quiet sigh. Even if I'm not behind the wheel personally, you need to go check up my team now. Be my guest. I wish your team good luck. By the starting line, staff members finish installing the compass system on the vehicles of Polonisa's team. Soon, following the signal gunshot, Polonisa's fleet set off with great fanfare.
Meanwhile, the 4 new members gathered on board the Chiefs also began their operation. Belka and I will help guard the vehicle in case of attacks. Sabrina, investigate the compass system with Mei Ling as quickly as you can. Sitting on the passenger seat, Sabrina helps Mei Ling connect a terminal used for data processing into the system. Don't worry, Mei Ling, we're ready to hack into it. Time to contact the commander. No, she was not. In the backseat, Mei Ling has already established comms with the commander. Can you hear me, Commander? We're in the middle of the rally. Sabrina will patch into level 2 and analyze the onboard compass system from here. All data will be synchronized with you in real time. Alright, let's get started. Ta-da! Connection successful! Time to start troubleshooting. Yep, let's begin. Damn. All the cream is at the bottom. Ooh. Got a huge dose of cream in my coffee right there. That's a sugar rush. After a round of rapid scan, Sabrina disconnects herself in level 2. The comm line returns only silence, briefly broken up by Mei Ling's frantic typing. Mei Ling, Sabrina, how's the situation? Sorry, Commander. We managed to lock into the abnormal data stream originating from the compass during our scans. All light coordinates broadcasted by the vehicle go through it, and then to multiple additional nodes. But their countermeasures are extremely sophisticated. Sabrina and I tried several times to pinpoint the receiver to no end. Even you can't track it down? Yes, this is very unusual. It's way beyond what the usual Vigors are capable of. Maybe a mysterious technical genius lurking inside the Vigors or Dicka's team is at the rid of this. Anyway, I'll keep trying to track them down, but I can't make any guarantees. Mei Ling's voice is abruptly interrupted by an explosion. Well, sit tight, Mei Ling. Watch out. Big sis, Viagra ambush spotted. 1 o'clock. There you are. All hands, prepare for combat. We're about to fight now, Commander. Call you later. The comm ends in the middle of the gunfire and engines roar. I double-checked the message Mei Ling sent me, and the data returned by brief. Technical know-how far above the usual levels. Modus operandi is inconsistent with their past behaviors. Seems like these old friends of mine have suddenly changed. Setting down a terminal cluttered with information, I look out at the endless wasteland plains. Violent gales sweep up clouds of yellow sand, obscuring the sky above in the distant horizon. Even the sharpest hunter will find discerning the path forward in such obscurity an almost impossible task. I let out a heavy sigh. Could it be that in places I cannot see, the Vigors are going through some drastic internal changes? Miss Paulisa, I think we should go with them. Alright, don't be so stubborn. Just drink this first. Paulisa sits down beside Aminda. Hands her a glass of milk.
and pats the little girl on her fluffy head. You're shorter than even my seat. Yet you're still eager to get shot up along with my team? What happened yesterday not thrilling enough for you? It's not like that. The warm, comforting aroma of hot milk wafts through the air. You know what? I never had hot milk before. I wonder if that actually tastes good. Aminda holds up the glass but does not drink it, instead staring intently at Paul and Nisa. Yes, what happened yesterday was dangerous, and I indeed got scared. But I can't just cower because of that. Since I've decided to become a broker, I'll need to muster the courage to face Viagra's head-on. If I let this one incident intimidate and startle me, how am I ever supposed to grow my business in this contamination zone in the future? Paul and Nisa laughs cheerfully. Don't worry. It's never too late for you to chase those glories. I believe that when the moment comes, you will have become a formidable broker. But until then, let us adults take care of this, my young Atalanta. It's relaxing, but I prefer putting some cacao in my hot milk. I might give it a try one day. I'm always curious about new things, so I might try hot milk, like just once, and see if I like it. I know if I bring it up with my mom, she'll you're like, ugh, no, don't do that. That'll get you sick, or something like that, she'll say. Paul and Nisa reassuringly pats Aminda's shoulder. Moreover, this rally has become a crucial bargaining chip in my business. I need to prove my worth. But Paul and Nisa, my partner and many others lost their lives. I want to make it right with my own hands. Clutching the glass in her hands, Aminda slightly lowers her head. My partner, I will never forget her words before she left. She simply wanted those points to exchange her for intel on popular oddities in the upper rungs of society and the White Zones. That way her relatives and friends living in the mines would know what to dig for. Yeah, I figured it's not microwavable. Aminda eyes redden and she sniffs. She didn't deserve this outcome. Aminda, you're such a kind soul. That is a good thing. But as a broker, you must remember the rules of the black market. There is no such thing as justice or fairness in this world. Only survival of the fittest and unspoken boundaries. And those who break the rules have faced punishment. Part 1 was all nice and dandy until you get hit hard goes Frontline universe, yeah. There are 2 key arts of the female commander. Not for me. Whenever it shows up for me, is male commander. Around noon, I decided to pass the time with the Zucchero dolls at the fair while waiting for the reply. At last, my terminal suddenly vibrates repeatedly. We got the guy you're looking for. Check attachment, Commander. Also, I'm all you need. Mission complete. Please see the attachment reaction log. I opened the attachments and verified the information sent back together with Springfield. Looks like we got everything we need. Oh my, you seem very eager about it, Commander. Springfield smiles, then turns around while clapping her hands. Alright everyone. Zucchero Squad's break time is over. It's time to prepare for the tea party. The trio who has been impatiently waiting at the nearby booths quickly gathers around. Finally ready? Manager, Chucky's makeup will be ruined if we don't start now. What kind of preparations are needed this time, Manager? Let me think. I believe a light roast is enough for our guests today. You girls make yourself sound like the bad guys with lines like that. Would you like to be a bad guy, Commander? How could I possibly miss out on such a wonderful opportunity to join in on the fun? Since everyone's ready, I'll contact our supplier now. Under the watch of the Zucchero dolls and I, Springfield dials a familiar number. Greetings, the Zucchero is ready. Please hand the invitation to that guest. It's time to sign the contract for this deal. Got it. I hope you can deliver me a satisfactory result. Having worked together for so long, has Zucchero ever let you down, Miss Draken? Oh, she's in contact with her. Damn, okay. Draken playing all sides. As the taste of black tea settles on my tongue, I see Jacob rush in with the secretary. Since we are the only customers in the cafe, Jacob quickly directs his attention towards us. But a look of caution and confusion naturally crawls into his face as he notices the presence of Polynesa. Hold on, let me grab a drink. I'll be right back. It's like 30 seconds. See, I'm back. Looks like our conversation will have to end here for now. Right, remember to come for a drink when you're done. Polynesa stands up calmly and leaves in a carefree manner. As she walks past Jacob, I see her stop for a moment, and then Jacob's expression becomes even more gloomy. Crazy woman. You'll regret this later. Jacob curses softly and moves to find another table to sit at. Mr. Jacob, why don't you come over here? Excuse me, but I have business settled with a client today. Sorry for not being able to accommodate you both. So you have a habit of doing business across tables, Mr. Jacob? Not that I minded. Pardon? It seems Ms. Draken has a good sense of confidentiality and did not reveal our identities to you. Draken? Draken's client is you? That's impossible. Numbers like these are way out of your league for a mere bounty hunter like you. You're right. But just because I can't, doesn't mean my commissioner can't either. Don't believe me? Why don't you ask Miss Draken yourself? I show the comms interface with Draken on my terminal screen.
No need. I believe you. Jacob quickly adjusts his expression and takes his seat at the opposite end of the table from me and Springfield. Since you're here for business, why didn't you clarify as such earlier? That would have saved us the trouble of going through an intermediary. Instead of responding to Jacob right away, Springfield smiles and calls Racy over. There's no need to rush. Our talks today may take a while. Racy, please prepare something to drink for Mr. Jacob. Oh, this is so nice. Yo, this is really good. I like this a lot. Alright, QJ, you have fun trying to catch up. Springfield is really cute here, and the commander looks fucking pissed off. Like, he really wants to whip his gun out. It's like, can I just shoot him? At Springfield's behest, Racy neatly clears away the tea set used to host Polonisa. Then, she brings warm coffee for all three of us. Yeah, Commander's lot the fuck. Please enjoy, sir. Given the generous terms you offered us as a host of this fair, we figured we should swing by to check on things first. The White Zone geezers tend to be more suspicious the wealthier they are. I'm sure Mr. Jacob understands that, right? Of course. Now, please forgive my discourtesy from before. I was unaware of your circumstances. However, I'm sure you both see my offer. If there's something dissatisfactory, we can certainly discuss the terms. Mr. Jacob, as you might have learned from Draken, Polonisa has given us better quotes. Truth be told, we just reached a preliminary agreement. With all due respect, Polonisa may be a surrogate of other brokers, but she's not as powerful as people make her out to be. You probably know that her team is partaking in today's rally. I just checked the logs of the compass system, and her team's signal has disappeared. Chances are, things did not go well. What good is offering better quotes if a broker can't even deal with basic regular threats? Even if you signed a contract with her, do you really think she can deliver the goods all safely? If the cargo integrity can't be guaranteed, you will be the one ending up with all your money down the drain. Her team had an accident? Of course. My compass has never failed me. Didn't I also provide you with coordinates before? Alright. I will relay this situation to my commissioner. However, our meeting today is to discuss another matter. Oh? What business would that be? Perhaps I can be of service. Rather than rushing to respond, I leisurely take a sip of my coffee made from lightly roasted beans, relishing in the refreshing flavor. Yeah, dude, coffee is fucking great. I started drinking coffee like a year ago, and I don't want to go back. Jacob, meanwhile, waits patiently and eagerly. It seems that he has fully accepted our identity. Yes, Commander. Apologies. My commander is feeling a little tired. I shall take over for the rest of the meeting with you. I hope you don't mind. Gamer subs. Just a year ago? Yeah, just a year ago. But before then, I was mostly a soda drinker. Like diet soda. But, yeah, I really like coffee now. Jika smiles freezes. Of course. Now, what can I do for you? Our goal is straightforward. We simply require a piece of intel. You're nearly immune to caffeine? If you're immune to caffeine,
I originally thought the same thing too, but I think it just be a matter of like you have to drink multiple cups at start, just so your body can get acclimated to like the sort of energy boost that caffeine gives you, and then you wean yourself off of it, and then like give yourself like a week, and then drink coffee again with just one cup, and then you'll start to feel that boost. Is T-Dolls addicted to sodas or any soft drinks? I don't think so. I think it's just candy for the most part. Oh, I guess it would be Mekdi. But she's kind of like a special case. Sa? Yeah, I'm not familiar with Sa, so I can't say for sure. I know who she is. I use her in Ghost Frontline 1, but I never looked at her Moth story, so I can't say for sure. Yeah, from my knowledge, Mekdi is the closest one. Remember the doll, Perry, who accompanied us when we first met? She had disappeared, and we would like to learn her whereabouts. I'm sorry, but my secretary should have already taken care of this matter. He should have told you that I know nothing about it. No need to turn us down so hastily, Mr. Jacob. As you once said, there are no unavailable goods in the black market, only unaffordable prices. So why not hear what we have to bring up to the table? You might find your stance to be more flexible than you think. Let me ask you this. What sort of compensation can you offer? Springfield gently blinks. Our silence. Our silence regarding a certain secret collaboration between the Viegers and you. Jacob sets down the coffee, the bottom of the cup making a dull thud on the table. Even if you're my potential clients, that doesn't give you the right to slander me. Collaboration with Viegers? Me? I'm just a broker. I don't have what it takes to do that. Is that so? From what we gathered, your influence and means have far surpassed those of average brokers. Springfield turns on the terminal and shows Jacob a report. Over the past years, Brief has been monitoring and documenting Viager activities in different regions, including the area you originate from. Records point to a sustained pattern of intense Viager presence in the region. Your competitors have suffered repeated setbacks. Even the brief bounty hunter raids have had little effect on the situation. Yet, beginning at a certain point, your team remained virtually unscathed. Eventually, with other brokers backing out or reducing their activities in the region, you became the kingpin of the area. You even expanded your sphere of influence over the past year. Do you have some kind of magic spell that wards off Viegers? Magic spell? My magic spell is being competent. Picking on the weak is easy. The Viegers know this very well. This place is so full of rare minerals that people just won't stop coming despite knowing the risk. Naturally, the unlucky ones get targeted. That's just how it is. Indeed, you're right. Given the dangers, I'm sure these mining teams will purchase some environmental intel from an underground broker who knows the place well before the venture. An underground broker just like you.
Your point? The Jaegers aren't nails waiting to be hammered. The time-sensitive nature of intel is not something I have control over. I see. It seems that you are unwilling to be upfront unless we add a little more to our offer. Springfield smiles and gently taps the terminal. The screen flickers on before cutting to some footage of the wilderness. Sabrina drags a Jaeger in front of the camera. Oh, finally caught one. These goblins are so hard to catch. Even the rats in the back alley in the Caldo restaurant don't escape this fast. The captive Jaeger struggles to break free from Sabrina's hold. Kukai moves in, deftly yanks on his right arm until it's dislocated. And finally snatches the terminal from his hand. She then shows the terminal to the camera. On a small device, several dots can be seen flickering. The exact coordinates of Polonice's team. This compass thing is still transmitting the location of the brokers to the Jaegers. Are you seeing this, Commander? As she speaks, Kukai aims her gun at the vehicle not far behind. Following a muzzle flash, the screen on the vehicle shatters, and the positioning device is destroyed. Simultaneously, one of the dots flickering on the terminal disappears. Well then, mission accomplished. The footage ends. The cafe returns to silence, with Jacob expressing becoming far more sour than before. As I recall, you are the one who demanded that all participants use the compass for position tracking under the pretense of avoiding interference, Mr. Jacob. Surely, this information being so conveniently in the hands of the Jaegers can't be a mere coincidence, right? Of course not. But clearly, it's the Jaegers who hacked into the backend servers. The system was designed to ensure the safety of the participants. I never anticipated it would be turned into a death trap by these thugs, and I'm deeply ashamed by this outcome. Now that I know it poses a danger to us all, we'll shut it down immediately. Before Springfield can stop him, Jacob calls out to his secretary behind him. What are you waiting for? You want the Jaegers to kill everyone? Shut this thing down immediately. Yes, sir. The secretary hastily takes out a terminal and frantically taps on it. It's done, sir. With the system turned off, a smile of relief appears on Jacob's face. There you go. Danger to the brokers averted. I can't thank you both enough for your discovery. Rest assured, once the system is down, all quarters will be deleted as well. Neither we nor the Jaegers will be able to use our trace back to the data anymore. That's a relief. No need to worry about the safety of the brokers anymore. Right, Commander? Yeah. It's a good thing for everyone involved. As a token of gratitude, your doll, Perry, right? Although I don't know her whereabouts, since we almost had a deal, you can let me know if you need any help. I will send my men to assist you. Jacob smiles again in a friendly manner, but in response, Springfield simply takes a sip of coffee and sighs helplessly. I've always held the belief that honesty is the one prerequisite for any business partnership. You, however, do not seem to be a sufficiently trustworthy partner. Smiling, Springfield picks up the terminal and presses the play button again. On the screen, evidence of Jacob's meeting with Perry is replayed. This is the footage of Perry before she went missing. You clearly saw her, yet you refuse to be upfront about it. Do you still want to insist that you have nothing to do with her disappearance? Jacob glares at his secretary, who looks at just as clueless as he is. Thinking back to prior events, he comes to a conclusion. While he successfully planted a mole in Polonice's team, his own team has also been infiltrated without his knowledge.
Polonitsa?
Truth be told, one of his subordinates provided us with far more detailed information than this. However, since we are still doing business, and the commander has instructed us not to embarrass our partner to be too much, if you're willing to come clean about it, then I can make some concessions. While I do appreciate Miss Springfield's attitude, please allow me to clarify the misunderstanding. I did meet Perry that night. She did put on a great show on the first day of the rally. Since my team needed an excellent doll like her, I approached her regarding the possibility of future partnership. However, her whereabouts after the meeting are as much a mystery to you as to me. It seems you're still not satisfied with our offer, but that's fine. Springfield sets down the terminal and gently spins the cup in her hand. Do you remember the warehouse coordinates you sent to Miss Draken? Although the time and place has been changed at the last minute, you still went to your warehouse to check things for ourselves. It was indeed full of treasures. I wonder what kind of brokers' reactions at the fair would be when they see something similar to their stolen cargo conveniently appearing in your warehouse. As if hearing the most amusing joke he has ever heard, Jacob leans back into his chair with a sense of relief. One can count on the types of goods traded by brokers in the contamination zones at one hand. You claim that I stole them. But what evidence do you have? Are their names written on the boxes? Do you have a code that we can scan? Something online, maybe? Judging by your demeanor, your owner must have bought you from the green zone. Your commander never told you this. There are no official seals, barcodes, or anything of that nature here. All we have is real money, and in whose pockets they are. You're right. Rule-abiding gentlemen like you are a rare sight in the contamination zones. What do you mean? It's just that this is a contamination zone, and you're an underground broker. When did the contamination zones become a place that values evidence? Seeing the sudden realization in her opponent's eyes, Springfield doesn't follow up right away. Like a playful cat with his prey cornered, she now only seeks entertainment. Commander, if a court for brokers exists, you need to take me there to see what it's like. Of course. I too want to witness such a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence too. Jacob sits across the table and picks up his cup with annoyed fluster, only to realize his cup has long ago been empty. It seems you finished your drink. Centeracy, please add some coffee for Mr. Jacob. I'm fine. Jacob instinctively wants to refuse, but he can't help but swallow the rest of the sentence under Springfield's smiling gaze and watch as Centeracy approaches with another coffee pot to pour coffee into his cup. Time slows down to an unbearable crawl as the coffee slowly flows. Finally, Centeracy quietly withdraws while a petite doll brings her another pot of freshly brewed coffee. But I think Jacob isn't in the right headspace to notice that. Mr. Jacob, I am indeed from the Green Zone, and a broker at that. My companions and I run a cafe called Zucchero. Treat us like business partners, and Zucchero will always be happy to offer you fragrant coffee. But right now, we're just T-dolls following our commander. We wouldn't mind swapping the coffee for something else. Okay, that is a hard-ass line. Holy fuck. Damn. Okay. That is a hard as fuck line. Holy shit. Springfield's sentence is followed up by a targeting laser deliberately flashing before Jacob's eyes, ultimately landing right on his temple. Jacob looks up in panic, but the sunlight outside temporarily blinds him. After regaining his vision, he sees the maid with her downcast eyes, holding the coffee pot and staring calmly at him. Further away at the bar, the petite doll with exquisite makeup draws a heart in the air with a sweet smile. All this makes him freeze in place. Instead of saying something, I merely pick up my coffee and take a sip. Commander's like, I don't need to say anything. I don't need to ruin this one with my voice. A light roast must have tasted incredibly bitter for our friend Jacob here. Jacob's laughter breaks the silence. Good job in your detective work. Since you know everything already, there's no point in pretending anymore. That's right. My hands are indeed dirty. I am working with the Vigors and using them to take out my competitors. So what? Am I at fault for that? These are the contamination zones we're talking about. It's all about the survival of the fittest. You lot, and Polonisa act so high and righteous while relying on the very same weapons and capital as I do. Easy for you to judge those at the end of their rope by your comfortable standards. You think I don't want to live morally? But the foremost thing I had to do was survive. The one thing the Tender Zones have no shortage of is dead people. What's wrong with taking their stuff? Those idiots who can't be bothered to check things for themselves and blindly trust others are as good as dead too. Their stuff is better off in my hands than ending up in the jaws of the elites. I look at Jacob, who is consumed by rage and frustration, but I have no desire to argue with him. I've seen his kind more times than I can count. A soul twisted and utterly consumed by the contamination zones. While collapsed radiation physically mutates humans into mindless beasts, desires born out of its harsh environment slowly turns them into demons. Although tragic, it is no excuse for the atrocities they committed. Rage and survival instincts may allow one to weather the storm, but losing oneself in them will turn anyone into a monster clad in human skin. You think Polonisa expected me to survive when you kicked me out of the convoy? A broke dealer with nothing to show for themselves was what I ended up becoming. I was reduced to transporting cheap goods through the terrifying contamination zones. Every day, I would pray that I wouldn't run into migrating elites, collapse storms, or for those jackals not to set their sights on me. I prayed fervently every time, but not once, not a single time, was I able to return unscathed. Something unexpected always got in my way when I tried to do anything. And so, I finally realized, if that's the rule contamination zones go by, then why couldn't I take advantage of it? Why not deal with the Vigors? Why not make money in that way? In a place like the Yellow Zones, wealth, power, and strength are everything. as long as the Vegas are around. My business will never be in trouble. I'll always be the one to make more money and continue to rule the wasteland. As for you, Paul Nista, and those brokers who have looked down on me, you will kneel and bow down to me when the muzzle of my gun is pointed right at your head. Haha! Yes, that's right. The Vegas will help me. Don't think you're a big deal just because you have a few T-dolls with you. If something happens to me, they won't leave you alone. You're all dead. I'll... Jacob takes out his terminal, but it begins ringing even before he has the time to make a call. Boss, the warehouses, the Vegas. There's a gunshot, and then the communication gets cut off. What the hell is going on? Boss, I just received news that a warehouse has been attacked by Vegas. And it seems to be more than one. Many guards have been killed. We just... What? Meanwhile, my terminal receives a call from Groza. Commander, Brief has notified that support units are in position. Please give your orders. I look at the panicking Jacob. If you want to salvage anything from this, give me the coordinates of all the warehouses that haven't been raided yet. Hey, Groza's here. We've reached the coordinates of the indicated warehouse, now sharing environmental data. There are many Vegas here, so please be careful, Commander. Yeah, they've received. Let's start. I'll leave the side to you. Understood. You won't be disappointed. The scammer gets scammed, yeah. Oof. Yeah, Springfield cooked hard in that cutscene. Like, holy shit. Commander, we just cleared the Vegas in the warehouses, but they seem to have come prepared. Most of the supplies are already gone, and we've only managed to recover a small portion. Thank you. Are the teams participating in the rally all right? Fortunately, due to the raids to the warehouses, the Vegas could only spare a few troops to attack the convoys. Got it. Continue to keep in touch and brief. Understood. Upon hanging my communication with Groza, I look over at Jacob, who is still stubbornly trying to contact his warehouses. The hollow gaze in his eyes has completely replaced the dignified facade that he has previously put on. So, you already knew they were going to raid my warehouses? Why? But how? And when you knew, you didn't even bother to protect my properties. Unfortunately, it also came to us as a surprise. Otherwise, Brief would have been more successful in operation. Jacob suddenly throws the terminal aside and yanks on his hair. His once meticulously maintained hair now lies in jumbled strands on the top of his head, reminding me of the slum dwellers, forced to live underground with no access to clean water and no way to maintain personal hygiene. But Commander, the Vegas, their operation was executed differently than the plan we uncovered. The plan? Springfield glances at me hesitantly, only continuing after receiving my nod of approval. Not long ago, my companion scouted the warehouse with the coordinates you provided, Mr. Draken. Unfortunately, the warehouse was already in shambles by the time they arrived. The Vegas killed all the guards, and your goods were long gone. While searching through the ruins, they found an unsent message on the guard's terminal warning us about a coming raid on the entire settlement where the fair is being held. As such, we concentrated our defenses here. After all this time, I'm still a prey in their eyes. They never... Jacob suddenly pauses. Hold on. So you were at the warehouses, but you never discovered the other broker's goods? All those threats you were making were just to bluff me? Springfield's silence suddenly completely breaks Jacob's last bit of resolve. I'm being played like a damn fiddle by a doll. What a shit show. Mr. Jacob, may I remind you that our transaction is still ongoing? As long as you provide us with the goods we want, we will still compensate with you the reward you deserve. As for the protection of the remaining warehouses... Fine. You'll get what you want. I do know the warehouse of your companion. He lost his balls, yeah. I mean, he lost everything. He just about lost everything. Okay, how smart about ChatGPT. Yeah, he lost his supplies. He lost his protection. And he got outsmarted by a T-doll because, well, he's probably a racist against T-dolls. Mo stole his banner pool. And last but not least, he lost his dignity. Like, he did all that and basically amounted to just about nothing. Like, the only thing that... Because you got to remember, like, his whole thing was to prove that his method would be better than the sunshine and rainbows and the fairness that the other brokers did. He basically said that you need to get your hands dirty and play the rough game and be as bad as the Viagers in order to be successful. But he was immediately proven wrong. Primarily because he didn't have any support. He only had himself. In the middle of the night, Jacob emerges from the other side of the secret door and sees Perry waiting for him. Miss Perry, I was plenty surprised by your performance at today's rally. I'm confident that you will be able to score more points to pay for the intelligence you need. Thank you. You said you attained a lead on Master Thompson in your message. Is that true? Where is she now? Of course, it's true. I received the intel from a partner. Oh, I see. So the master joined the ranks of the hunters and even changed their name. No wonder I haven't been able to track her down. Thanks for your intel. I'll get ready to find her. Not so fast, actually. I was just about to deliver them a shipment. Since you're here, Miss Perry, why don't I hitch a ride with us? I'll contact my men. They're right outside the fair. Hurry over and they'll let you on board. Really? That's really curious of you. Let me tell the commander. Hold on. The reason I'm willing to tell you this right now is because that shipment to the hunters is emergency. They're headed out to the elite hunt right after, and I can only provide them with supplies as quickly. I suggest you go find your master right now, Miss Perry, and I'll contact the Elmo for you. But mine will be leaving in 2 minutes. Time waits for no one. So I'll leave it to you. Perry, you're so dumb. I must find Master.
部下に指示してお前たちの仲間をトンプソンのいるところ、つまりはバリア
I had my men deliver your companion to where Thompson is. Rather, I had her deliver to a doorstep of the Vigors. Perhaps she noticed something was off by the time she got there, but it wouldn't matter. The vehicle was equipped with a signal jammer, and the Vigors were prepared. She couldn't have escaped. A signal jammer? This isn't the first time you did this, huh? Of course not. The Vigors in the area have been scavenging all sorts of machines and dolls. You know, it might be too late even to rush out into the camp right now. What does that mean? Well, before the Vigors always remodeled the machines they stole. Dolls that get their hands on are brainwashed and turned into one of their own. They have this sort of expertise? Take it as you will. They keep on snatching up machines, so maybe it's an order from their real master. Their real master? Right. They must have someone else on the top. I can see their presence and resourcefulness despite them never showing their face. The boss I usually deal with is at most a subordinate dimwit who takes all their orders directly from them. The real master. If such a person exists inside of Vigors, then it would explain all the abnormalities. But right now, I have no time to ponder such matters. The smile on Perry's face when she reunited with the unknown lingers in my mind. I have to save her. Give me the location of the camp right now. After obtaining the coordinates and notifying Brief, I quickly set off with the dolls. Yeah, Lord Samuel, they explained that early in the story. Not too much. Yeah, this was a very long one. This was longer than I thought it'd be. The same endless darkness sears through the nearer cloud with unbearable agony. I can't recall. Those memories that were here, what were they supposed to be? I can't remember. The gaps are widening. The blanks are expanding. Once cherished neural records break and fade away. Even though she knows she can't possibly win, Perry refuses to give in. She walks through that door again and again, only to be struck down by Springfield once more. The override creeps forward with each fall, and it won't be long before everything that makes her Perry is gone. Kneeling in the darkness, the broken yet constantly melding neural records tingle around her like a nightmare, one that she can never get a firm grip on. Data 1. Data erased. How many overrides has it been? Perry has been forcibly subjected to this neural override program ever since she was deceived by Jacob. Purging units repeatedly attack her at level 2, overwhelming her. With every fall, Perry can distinctly feel the loss of a certain fragment of her memory. It started with the frustration of missing corner pieces, but now the entire puzzle is becoming unrecognizable. There is a brief pause as the program reloads, and purging units won't attack in this brief moment. It's a rare moment of respite, but Perry would rather not be in there in the first place. Surrounded by darkness and solitude enough to drive anyone mad, it's hard to imagine what kind of person can get used to this place. Master's not here at all. I was too careless. I thought return to normal would mean everything would be smooth sailing from here on. I should have acted together with the commander. You're right. Enduring the searing pain, Perry subconsciously assumes a defensive posture and looks around warily, but she does not spot the person who spoke to her. Who are you? That's unimportant. If you let your override progress, you'll soon forget who I am, even if you knew. To a doll, the end is not the loss of its frame, but the erasure of its neural cloud. What do you want? I checked your neural net records, and it seems you once worked at a trading company. Having that said, I have a deal for you. A deal? I found a vulnerability in this override program. Through this vulnerability, I can modify the override program to a certain extent. But to complete terminate and escape level 2, you need to generate the program's termination code yourself. What I can do is create a safe operating environment for you, in which you'll receive through elimination cycles to complete the simulation. Elimination cycles? Simulation? Based on the data stored in your records, I will construct simulations of things you're familiar with. Scenes, events, individuals. Everything will be an extension of your own neural cloud. For example, I'll use data of your neural cloud of the dolls you consider your companions and have them represented by different character strings. All you need to do is arrange them in the right order through brute force and generate the correct termination code. To approach this process of trial and error more systematically, I will designate each attempt's tail node with an anchor field. Your job is to ensure the individual represented by the anchor field wins the round. Of course, the arrangement of the preceding sequences also has its own order requirements, and I will do my best to help you with that. This entire sorting process is the elimination cycle, and the ultimate result is a termination code. It sounds more complicated than it actually is. All you had to do is hold onto your weapon and reclaim your dignity as a Griffin tactical doll. I get it, but no deal without compensation. What do you seek? I want you to get out of here safely. That's it? Impossible. You must have an ulterior motive. You are not in a position to question me. If you like the override progress, you will perish. This is my second time telling you that. I don't want to repeat myself a third time. I know. I accept the deal. It's settled then. In the darkness, a door opens. If I just walk across, I'll be in a safe and familiar computing environment, right? I might even scare everyone. Yes, but it definitely won't be the one that you expect. At this point, Perry can't possibly grasp the meaning behind the voice, and it's clear that they have no intention of explaining further. Perry holds onto her gun tightly and steps through the door. Data 2. Following the last gunshot, the hand that Perry uses to wield her weapon begins to tremble and wells up in her eyes. Finally, she collapses, feebly kneeling on the ground. Her surroundings gradually shatter and fade, leaving her alone in the darkness. Must I do this? Tell me, is this really necessary? Manually cleaning up the record before the override process is a must. It's the only way to prevent these memories from being completely erased. We've already discussed this many times. You should be accustomed to it by now. How could I ever get used to it? I had the end of my own hands, my most cherished companions. All this is just data. Why are you so upset? I don't understand. It's all too real. Even if it's a simulated environment, everyone still cared for me. As they are generated based on your neural records, of course they wouldn't act any differently than your memories of them. It's only natural that they feel real to you, because that's how you come to understand them. Then how are they any different than my real companions? I was never part of the strongest, nor the biggest dolls in Griffin. That's why I looked up to Master and dreamt of becoming a competent doll with integrity just like her. And what I'm doing now, taking advantage of everyone's trust and stabbing in the back, all for the sake of survival? I can never forget the look in their eyes. Even though I know this all to protect the real memories I have of them, but still. My weapon was never meant for such things. Your pointless integrity and concern are exactly why completing each cycle takes so long. They only result in unexpected difficulties and opponents you have to deal with. Sorry, but they're as full as it gets, and that's not something I can change. It's okay though. With your help, I'll be able to create the correct termination code. Plus, I can bear with the pain brought on by the darkness now. The line between simulation and reality has become distinguishable. I cannot control the entirety of the override program, so I advise you not to rely on me. Besides, we are not friends. Hurry up, the next simulation is coming. Data 3. Why'd you quit so suddenly? All the mobbies got confused because you left. And the match went to ruins. Sabrina was anchor-filled this time. As she has been eliminated prematurely, the desired outcome can no longer be achieved. Hence, the simulation should be terminated immediately. But we're running out of time. It's no place to play pretend. These simulations exist only to generate the termination code, not to offer a blissful dream to indulge in. This is a fact that both know all too well. I can tell the difference between what's real and what's not. But these play pretends are constantly reminding me of those cheerful memories and giving me the strength to carry on. I think Springfield disappeared during the final cleanup sequence. Will that affect the simulation? I'm not sure. There's a possibility that the system prematurely recovered the abnormal data. At present, the termination code generation sequence does not appear to be affected. I'm glad to hear that. We're one step closer to completion then. Thanks to your help, maybe we can successfully generate the right termination code within the next cycle and escape from the override program. It's not that simple. Maybe not next time, but it'll eventually work out. The override program must have some sort of protective measure. I'm not sure when it will be triggered. Once it is triggered, I will have to disconnect from the simulation. You need to hurry up. The pain and scorching sensation brought by the override continues to torment Perry. Not wanting to forget, Perry desperately recalls fragments of her neural records. At the very least, she mustn't forget where she is and what she's doing, so she has a chance of making it out alive. As Perry encourages herself with these words, true and false memories slowly merge to an amalgamation as her neural cloud gradually collapses. Data 4. Perry leans against the car door. The compass on the screen flickers unusually. I must find the termination code. I must find my master. Let me ask again. Who were you talking to that night? Who was I talking to? Where am I? What even is real? Like a jumbled mess, her mind has been shattered and stitched together again and again. Broken, redundant, disordered, chaotic, and viscid. Perry is in complete disarray. Hiding is pointless. I suggest you give up, slash color. In this space, you can never defeat me. After all, I've already eliminated the vulnerability who's been helping you. I can't win on my own. Not even once. I've always been too weak. How's it? Are you seeing your gear yet? You look incredibly cool. I promised I will become stronger, become just like Master, but now I'm wondering if you're upset with the modified dolls and yourself. Your training scores are a little lackluster. You're probably the only one who thinks that way. But I couldn't stand on my own. You sure changed a lot, Perry. You're not like how you used to be. Now, how do I put it? You're still small, but I feel at ease around you. I am still so weak. I can't even protect my own memories. Don't think like that. We're all T-dolls. Nothing can be done all at once, Perry. Perry, you still have to win. I've been waiting for you at the end. But You're speaking as if you didn't win yesterday's race. I promise you, I've been waiting for you, right here. At last, the distraught Perry raises her head. After all of this, I'm still useless. I want to become someone marvelous like Master or the Commander, but all I ended up doing was relying on others. I longed for others to grant me salvation, for them to lend me their hand. But when that didn't happen, I grew discouraged. I was fraught with fear and paralyzed by indecision. But this is the moment for me to stand on my own. This is the moment when only I can protect myself. Perry wipes away her tears. You're speaking as if you didn't win. Yes, Commander. I never won against Springfield. But it doesn't matter anymore, because now I know what to do. This is just a mere neural malfunction. To be unable to tell between simulation and reality. So what of it? I will find the right simulation code, and Master too. The strongest T-doll will have everything she wants. If my past becomes a blur of truth and lies, then I shall make a beautiful illusion of reality. At last, Perry stands up, weapon firmly in hand. All the fragments will become my strength. Everyone, please wait for me. As the new override process finishes loading, a glowing doorway appears in front of her, just like she has done countless times before. Perry walks through it once more, however she is certain that this time would be the last. Go, Perry, go! Wow, that was fast.
She just walked through the door and like just right here already. Springfield was waiting for her. After the voice disappeared, no matter how many cycles she has gone through, Springfield is always waiting for her the very moment she initiates a new simulation. Like the countless time before, Springfield flashes a polite yet cold smile at Perry before training her rifle on her. But unlike before, Perry no longer runs away. Wonderful. So you finally understand. Your continued resistance will only waste our time. The faster you give in, the sooner we'll become companions. The reunions you long for don't need to be a pipe dream after all. Perry raises her weapon and points it right at Springfield. You still wish to struggle? You should know by now, in this space you can never defeat me. In your mind, the strength Springfield wields is unparalleled. Your fervent admiration of her becomes a fathomless fear of me. For every version of myself if you conjure in within your mind, I will only become more powerful, more invincible. The outcome will be the same no matter how many cycles happen. You know what the funny part is? In Girls Frontline 1, Springfield is nowhere near the strongest. That's the funny part. Rather than panicking or trembling, all Springfield sees is the muzzle of Perry's weapon. You're right, Springfield is indeed strong. There's a long road of hard work ahead before I can even catch up to her. However, you are not Springfield. Springfield, she's always polite and gentle. You're nothing like her. Besides, if the real Springfield ever got mad, the terror you pose would merely be a drop in the bucket in comparison. You were taking notes, were you? Here, in this environment, I've repeated 643 safe simulations. In the elimination cycles, I lost to Springfield 151 times, while winning 412 times. Afterwards, you destroyed me 126 times, but I've hit you 237 times. Oh. Can't you see? The card is stacked in my favor. Despite holding the advantage all the while, I kept declaring defeat because I've always relied on others and based my assumptions on preconceived notions. Once I get out of here, I need to make sure that no one else finds out about this. They should make fun of me otherwise. Shut up. Springfield pulls the trigger before Perry can finish, but Perry manages to swiftly dodge the bullet. How can I simulate the real Springfield, or even for that matter? Their encouragement, their warmth, and their occasional teasing are far more than what I could ever imagine. And that's why I must return to their side. The only thing my no records can generate is a feeble existence like you. Right now, nobody knows you better than me. And nobody knows better than me that I am stronger than you. Now I'm bereft of hesitation without worries devoid of anxiety. Perry pulls the trigger with resolute determination. Give my neural cloud back to me! If you want your neural cloud back, come and take it. Just you wait, I won't lose. That Tito's are honestly monsters? Yeah, they all are, for the most part. Yeah, all I'm saying is that Springfield is like on the average scale. So it's kind of funny to think of it that way, in a big picture way. Though of course 10 years can change a lot. Springfield probably got like some of the most experience out of anyone. So she's probably legitimately one of the best T-dolls out there right now, because of all the experience that she amounted, and she's constantly been active. You. With a look of disbelief on her face, Springfield collapses as her core is pierced by the bullet. I won. Having exhausted her last ounce of strength, Perry collapses to the ground. Her scarred body finally gets a moment of rest, but instead of the happiness, it's the feeling of exhaustion that overwhelms her. It is at this moment that Perry realizes that the simulated space is beginning to collapse. This is to be expected. Once the voice has disappeared and Perry's neural records become sparse, there are barely any fragments remaining to support a stable simulation. She has ignored all of this up until now due to her pain. So you only just noticed. Springfield sneers mockingly upon noticing Perry's expression. The simulation has deteriorated to the point of no return. However, I, given enough time, will always be reborn. Even without memories, without this current form, my mission to ensure the success of the override program will never change. I will be back, time and time again. And one day, you will be overwritten. As Springfield gradually dissipates, her body reverts into basic character strings. Then I will defeat you again and again and again. This is the first time, and it will not be the last. Before Springfield completely disappears, Perry once again picks up her weapon. No matter how long it takes, even if it means staying in here forever, I will safeguard my memories till the very end, and I'll defeat you no matter how many times you come back to haunt me. Not to mention, I believe that the companions he bestowed me with strength are not mere fantasy or illusion. They will find me. Also, you would think that she would, or the program would take the form of Thompson instead. Commander, according to the map, the Rager camp is just ahead. Our reconnaissance drone has reached the camp for murder. It has yet to come under fire. With the vehicle parked in a secluded spot, I lead the dolls to observe the camp from a long distance away. How strange. It looks completely deserted from the outside. Not a single guard is around. Are the Ragers even present? Even the vehicles and supplies are gone. It's as if they're already retreated. Don't tell me these guys turned tail and ran just because they suffered a small setback in their plan. What a bunch of cowards. No, this is more like... They prepared for us.
My, it's so kind for them to lay out the desserts like this. What should we do, Commander? We have no choice but to make an entry since Perry's location is still unknown. Mainly, you stay here with me, as well as Sintaracy. Groza, take the brief support units and establish a perimeter 500 meters out from the camp and be ready to close the net. Please take care of me, Commander. Yeah, so we don't know what Thompson looks like. But it wouldn't be the first time that they introduced a Griffin Deedall, like, well in advance, you know? So, it wouldn't be out there for them to introduce Thompson, but not make her playable until like a year later, you know? Don't worry, the rest of you follow. Or the rest of you follow my commands and prepare yourself for entry. A short while later, Springfield, who's in charge of the entry team, sends a message. Commander, there is indeed no one inside the camp. Only some autonomous machines remain. Sweep all the structures. Stay on high alert. Roger. The east side warehouse is clear. Negative on threats except for a few machines that got left behind. West side 10 is clear. No sign of Perry. North side structure is clear. Sniper overwatch is in position. But is there a point in this? There's no one here anyway. Southside campus is here. Oh, whoa! While Sabrina's scream, a loud thud is something heavily collapsing comes through the comms. What happened? It's a big machine. It's booting up. Requesting backup. Commander, those rusty machines here are starting to move again, too. Don't panic. All units, prioritize neutralize the autonomous machines around you. Sabrina, fall back and rally at the center of the camp. Rosa, have the rapid reaction units move out and cover us ASAP. Roger. I like how Springfield just took command. Anyway, run this thing over. Don't care. I kill you in Gunsmoke all the time. Commander, all Jaeger autonomous machines have been rendered combat ineffective. Let's see. Have we found Perry yet? We're looking for her. Commander, Sabrina just briefly checked on the heavy machine. It seems to be the one the Rikers looted from this convoy, as Jacob mentioned. Although there are unmistakable signs of field modifications to make it look as crude as something locally made, the internals are undoubtedly of safety zone origin. What you're saying is that Viagers are deliberately localizing it? I can't rule out the possibility that it's the result of some bandit's personal preferences, but it is more likely that they are trying to conceal something. As you're fully aware, laws don't really extend to the contamination zones. Yeah, I know. I found her! Perry's here! Commander, Maylin, come over here! I think this is the last one. Wait, what the fuck? Alright, there's 3 more. Right here where the big guy busted out. In the dark compartment of the side of the warehouse, Perry lies silently on the operating table with her eyes tightly shut. Wake up, Perry, can you hear me? Sabrina attempts to wake her, but Perry remains unresponsive. Commander, what should we do? Perry seems to have crashed. Let me have a look. Quickly connecting Perry to her portable device, mainly begins an emergency examination. How could this be? Commander, something's up. What's the matter? I just checked and found that Perry didn't crash, but instead injected with a program that hijacked all her neural network. Her neural cloud seems to be under attack. An injected program? Could it be that brainwashing one Jacob mentioned? You mean the no override? Yes. That's exactly what the program is doing. Is there any to stop it? We give it a try first. However, this program is running quite slowly, so we still have a chance. Yeah, make it quick. Millie nods and quickly gets to work. Her fingers fly across the keyboard. Countless windows pop up and close. Beads of sweat slowly dripping down her forehead. No, like this. This also can't. Psycho Mantis. The dolls gather around while the brief support units surge through the camp, but Mei Ling is completely unbothered by all of this. These are termination codes? Yes, I found it, Commander. I found it! Mei Ling suddenly looks up, grabs to my arm, and shakes it excitedly. Take your time. Commander, everyone, listen to me. Perry can't respond to the outside world because the override program has taken over her network. However, the program encountered an error for unknown reasons, and Perry took advantage of this error to generate termination codes for the program. She didn't give up. She went through countless simulations before we arrived. That's how she managed to slow down the normal progress of this program. While I can't craft the override code on my own, if we work together to help her create the termination code, we can safely get Perry out of this. So what do you need us for? The override program may accelerate at any moment. Now, I need everyone to enter level 2 and help increase the hash rate. Time to work together and help Perry speed up the simulation process. Commander, I'll put the simulation result on display. You need to help us process it too. Let's just start it. Now, I need to help Perry complete the termination code. Neural cloud is a mess. The data generated by the simulation is completely jumbled by with the memory data from her real neural logs. Mei Ling and the dolls was reported to code simulation as for me, and to receive the truth from the simulation data. And in the process, the real termination code will be revealed. Let's begin then. Time to get Perry out of the simulation maelstrom. Why did Perry shoot at us? See, that's it. Based on results, Failing said us about the loophole Perry was using. If a current iteration of our code simulation failed, she got meant to clear it. Otherwise, she was opening neural logs and begin the next simulation group. We were just proof code generated by the sim, just a loose end she needed to clear up. Getting Perry's personality wasn't really hard for her. On which day did Perry participate in the rally? It's just the first day. Yeah, it should have always been the first day. That's right, we couldn't find our second day. She got drunk and caused trouble. What exactly is Perry looking for? The termination code in Thompson.
That's right. Even if the actual events took place elsewhere, Perry's goal is in reality included. That's how many times you've gone through the definition code. What does Perry feel about everyone? Affection. That's right, a person was truly felt by everyone. Even if she couldn't tell the simulation reality, that love for us would never fade. Once for those feelings, simulation would have been as peaceful as it was, even without that Springfield showing up. And Paris let the builder pain by herself each time. What's Perry's wish? All three of these are true. Literally all three of these are true. This feels like a trick question. But I guess this is the most general one, or the most prevalent one. Independent doesn't mean she can stand it. Or she can accept her failures to make up for them and then ask when she comes to miss her bear. What's out there? She surely smile. Yeah, override program? What's that kind of override program? Barry coming to get you. With a combined effort of all dolls, termination code is quickly generated. On the pitch black screen, the slowly progressing program flickers a few times before finally coming to a stop. Override aborted. That's wonderful, the termination code worked! Commander, we can reboot Perry now! I nod and hit the key to reactivate Perry. Suddenly there's a ghost Frontline quiz. Seconds slowly. Hey, why's she not responding? She's not gonna wake up? It's Perry! Wake up, Perry! Perry. While the voice is calling out to her, Perry finally opens her eyes. Springfield and I help Perry slowly sit up. Perry stares at me blankly, as if she's just woken up from a dream. Commander? You're finally awake. Everyone was worried about you, Perry. Everyone? Are you awake? You've been out for a long time. That's okay. You're safe now. Perry looks around in confusion. Macchiato stands slightly further away with her arms crossed. Shakri is bending down, smiling at her. Sabrina and Main Link stand at either side, both with tears in their eyes. Springfield sits beside her and gently places a comforting hand on her shoulder. Meanwhile, I reach out to her to softly pat the top of her head as I stand in front of her. Welcome back, Perry. Perry's eyes gradually regained their luster. Then, large drops of tears began to well up in her eyes. She takes my hand and gently squeezes my palm. It takes a while before she finally looks up at me. Tears of joy moisten her cheeks, but she puts on a smile and throws herself into my arms. Mission accomplished, boys! Yeah, I'm thinking of like the Metal Gear Solid 5 result screen, Where it's like, mission accomplished. And how? They'll be thinking about this for years, boss. It was already dark by the time we head back towards the settlement, but the results and alleys are still bustling with energy. After taking care of the aftermath, Millie and I reach the entrance of the fair. A convoy of vehicles is slowly rolling out of the intersection. Quick, boss, you killed it. Paul and Nisa is at the head, directing workers in the loading and unloading of the cargo, and Springfield is at her side. Seeing us approach, Paul and Nisa raises her head and greets us. I've already heard from Springfield. Congratulations on finding the little one. Yeah. Thanks to everyone's help. Everything managed to go smoothly. How about things in your end? Judging by the commotion, it seems you got the deal. People provided me with the most magnificent Talaria. So naturally, the deal went through effortlessly. I don't get it, Commander. Mainly class at me with a look of desperation. Then you better ask Elmo's best broker, bring Springfield. See if she has any spare time to teach you a business trick or two. Are you still better that I deliberately catch you in the dark earlier, Commander? I wouldn't dare. If I offend you, the the Elmo might end up being auctioned off before I even realize it. Looks like it's time for me to prove my loyalty, huh, Commander? She gazes at me with a playful expression. The dazzle of the market casts a soft yet mysterious shadow on her face. Fine, enough teasing. Here's the truth. Miss Draken is the intermediary I met while expanding my intel network in the Green Zone, facilitating contact between clients in the safety zones and the contaminated zones is one of her numerous services. This time, the White Zone Trading Company she is working for wanted to expand their business and operation into the contamination zones, so they commissioned her to contact some powerful underground brokers. As a prominent figure in the broker circles, Paul and Nisa was originally their top choice for the partnership. However, Jacob somehow got wind of the deal and took the initiative to undercut her. A real piece of work that Jacob is, to be able to fish intel like that out of my team. With Jacob's sudden entry into the competition, the trading company asked Draken to investigate these two competitors to determine a winner. I happened to uncover this connection while researching Jacob's background, so I contacted Draken and offered to assist in the investigation in exchange for some favors. So that's how you got the location of Jacob's warehouse. Indeed. Also, I asked Miss Draken to apply a little bit of pressure on him prior to our meeting. However, our plan was only successful with Miss Paulinice's assistance. It's nothing really. We both just got what we wanted in a fair trade. You helped me cast that mold in my team, and you provided me with the opportunity to make this deal happen. In return, you got that surveillance footage from me. A real bargain, if you ask me. Hey, we offer you more than just that. Don't forget my excellent Tino's to help you defeat the Vaegers in the rally. You factored them as your own combat strength with the client, didn't you? You're no longer the young lad who gets fooled easily, huh? Fine, I'll give you a discount next time. Let's consider this a win-win. Miss Paulinice's convoy was the perfect bait to reel the big fish. It didn't sound so complicated, but also very interesting. It's not that complicated, really. It's all a matter of shifting interest between business people. Once you grow up, it's the best for you to never figure that out. Really? Facing the smiling Springfield, Mei-Ling scratches her head in confusion. Suddenly, she remembers something. Right, Commander, are we really going to let Jacob get away like this? He hurt Perry so badly and colluded with the Vikings to harm so many innocent people. Does he need to pay for the price for that? That would be a question for me, Miss Mei-Ling. After all, I was the one who had to command to let him go. Yeah? Instead of rushing to explain, Polynesia looks over at her team who's working together to lift a large cargo box into the garage. While still wearing rough garments, I am certain they now walk a different path from those who only dwell in underground slums, despite their undoubtedly shared origin. As this perilous wasteland undergoes its own natural selection process, the government's relief effort is merely a drop in the bucket. If mankind doesn't pursue changes, they will eventually join the fine sand beneath their feet. Underground brokers are such agents of change. If humans are feeble ants in the face of class contamination, then settlements like this are the ant hills. Broker convoys move like a marching ant trail, finding its way through this wasteland, between one anthill and another. Some of them grow fangs and find treasures, even if those treasures might be nothing but scraps in the eyes of the living in the safety zones. Others are crushed and inevitably absorbed into the wasteland. I think I saw him dismissing his men before we arrived. Did you finally remember the kind of people we underground brokers are? We are a bunch outside of the law. We are free, but we still have a bottom line. We can carry weapons around, hire T-dolls, and can be just as violent as bounty hunters or raiders. But in the end, we are still merchants. This choice is the fundamental difference. As such, those who cross the line would no longer be regarded as Mercury's followers. Their peers have a duty to banish them completely. The place furthest from the human realm. Where do you think it may be? Polynesia goes on while still looking at her crew. Jacob should know that there are no such things as secrets between brokers. As someone once tied to him by fate, I shall sing him a dirge when the next storm comes. In the memory of those eyes that once sought nothing but survival. I stopped to still confuse Mei-Ling from asking further and lead her and Springfield away, leaving the calm of the night all to Polynesia. Basically, Mei-Ling is like, I don't get it. Like, that sounds nice and all, but what the fuck are you talking about? We started driving back to the Elmo after spending the night at the settlement. Basking in the sunlight and in the sunshine, Perry looks over with her sparkling eyes. Commander, all of this still feels surreal to me. I'm terrified that everything might just disappear all of a sudden. Imagine Mei-Ling is RPK. Don't worry, you're not alone anymore. Yeah, it's really fortunate. Without that voice's help, my mind would have been completely overwritten. The Vikings left me there, likely believing that I would have been one of them once the overwrite was complete. To think I almost got to the point of raising my gun against everyone, it still haunts me. You have to stop being so reckless then. If you want to be a successful broker, then you have to learn from Springfield and become more cautious. Yeah, I will. Though I wonder what happened to that voice. What were her true intentions? It's unclear to us as well, but as she said, you got out of the override program safely, which means her initial goal was also achieved. There's no problem as long as she's still around. Yeah, you're right. Although I don't know her very well, I can sense she's very strong.
She's certainly fine. Me, on the other hand, I need to work hard and grow. Learn how to make deals and trade while looking for a master along with everyone else. But before all that, here looks out the car window. The towering silhouette of the Elmo is gradually coming into view. Time for me to board the Elmo officially and back up my neural data. I mustn't lose it again. The car stops, and the dolls and I step out as we are greeted by those who stay behind aboard the Elmo. Like a nimble rabbit, Perry swiftly hops aboard. The others, somewhat moved by her, hasten their pace as well, leaving me behind. Our party popper suddenly bursts into the sunlight. Oh, there she is. Oh, wow, we jumping the gun, huh, Kralik? Didn't we agree on doing it together? You agreed to that. Besides, I'm not. The roaring waves stir. Fish leaps out of the sea. Nemesis also pops here. For once, there's no argument between the two. Almost simultaneously, the dolls pull on the strings of their hidden party poppers, and colorful confetti rains down on the sky, from the sky. What's with this lavish ceremony? We caught wind of what happened at the fair, and they were very concerned about us. Looks like they used the leftover materials from the past welcome parties. We held a lot of those on the Elmo this past year. Yeah. More and more of our companions are coming back. Following Perry's exclamation, all the dolls, no matter what they have been doing, turn around and look at me. Quit messing around. Market destiny revealed. Blinding radiance. Don't be shy, Commander. Bepley has prepared an amazing performance for tonight's celebration, Commander. Shakri, too. You have no choice but to feast your eyes on just Shakri, Commander. Commander. You're too quiet, big sis. No one can hear you like that. You gotta go like me and say, Commander! I'll go prepare your snacks right away, Master. What are you still standing here for, you dork of a commander? Commander, become a tree is just a figure of speech to lighten the mood. Please don't actually turn into a tree and just stand there. Hurry up! I'm waiting for you, Commander! Well, where am I? Oh, Commander. You're back from working with Team B? Congratulations, you survived another few days of hard work. What's that? Did you sleep so much that you turned your brain to mush? Team B's on another mission, and they're also on their way back now. Don't mind her, Commander. I know how you worked better than anyone else. Commander, I'm actually the one who accidentally pulled the party popper first. I'm glad I didn't startle you. Welcome back, Commander. Everything's going normally on the Elmo during this period. Everyone looks delighted. Well, our past separations were bitter as a tear. To make our reunion all the more sweeter. Don't you think so, Commander? Let's hurry, Commander. Or else everyone else will begin to worry. Let's go, Commander. It's time to depart. Rosa's standing right next to me when she reaches out. Without hesitation, I firmly clasp her hand back, the very first hand I held onto when I sunk into the swamp. Together, we wandered into darkness for a long time. Later on, we met more companions. There were reunions, new acquaintances, much laughter, and new misunderstandings. I would also be paralyzed and dumbstruck when faced with overwhelming odds, but I always knew that many were willing to stand by my side. Perhaps I have yet to find a correct and reasonable answer, but as long as hope remains, the Elmo will not stop.
Let this stand as a remembrance of the time spent in exile and the journey that will follow. All hands aboard the Yamo. Prepare to depart. Last one. In the darkness, a conversation takes place. What a shame, wasn't able to take out that bounty hunter this time. Who could have known that Dahl's overwrite wasn't complete? I would have had the men take her with them otherwise. Now lost a valuable asset for no reason. We did recover most of Jacob's assets though. Keeping him around was worth the hassle. Good thing we got tipped off about Priest in advance, otherwise our losses would have been even greater. That's not the problem. Jacobs is still alive, and so is that bounty hunter. Guess it'll be a while before we can resume double-crossing brokers like this. What's our next step, boss? The haughty voice falls silent. A pale pair of hands remove themselves from their ears. Suspend all operations, maintain a low profile, and await further instructions. As for you, Glacier, you have been recalled to the sanctuary. In light of your recent increase in the frequency of crashes, the sanctuary will arrange a thorough inspection. Okay. On board the Yamo, Mei-Ling once again conducts a thorough neural examination of Perry. Alright, no backup complete. Now, you can rest your shirt now, Perry. Thank you, Miss Mei-Ling. Sorry for not backing up my data on the Yamo earlier because I was in a rush and ended up falling into that predicament of the Varagers. I was almost scared to death. Thankfully, now that I'm backed up, I can stop worrying about losing all my neural data. How's the result of Perry's scan? Well, looking at data, Perry's... nice name change. Perry's neural cloud did suffer some minor damage. Preliminary assessment indicates that they were caused by the overwrite process, but the extent of data damage is tiny. Overall, there shouldn't be any significant issue. Which means you're all set, Perry. Since everything's fine on your end, we can start preparing for your welcome party. Welcome party? For me? Of course, not only you, but every new member joining Elmo gets their own welcome party. I remember when Swami boarded. Was Swami's back too? But I haven't seen her. Yeah, Miss Swami has some things to attend to, so she's left for now. With the problematic task Killing's handed us on hand, everyone on the Elmo was tied up and unable to help Swami out. Now that the agreement hasn't relaxed, we can go find Swami and the others once we safely escort Helena to the destination. I am also curious about what the doll community is like. Yeah, really? That's wonderful. I miss Swami too. I'm also interested in the agricultural machines they have. In the option, several dolls are excited to discuss in the future. No one notices that the Elmo's screen flickers unusually, followed by a short lines of code flashing by on the console. Injection complete. Target subject safe extraction detected. A certain voice that has waited patiently in the dark finally relaxes. It's finally done. Helping little one was surely worth it. At least it gave me a rare chance to contact the outside world while locked down by Paradise. There's still more waiting to come. Time is running out. Nebula Wind will deliver their message. Alright. So that was a lot. Oof. Yeah, that was a pretty good event. Ange? No, it's not Ange. No, it's RPK. Exit narration as always. That was a long one. Like shit. No problem, Recon. I'm glad that you were entertained. To think that the ending that happened here was still relevant, because they haven't followed up on this yet. We'll see what happens on the CN side, because I'm pretty sure the CN side is actually going to progress the story. So we'll see what happens then. So I don't want to spend too much time on deliberating on this, because one, it's way later than I thought it'd be. I'll be on the CN event on Thursday. On Thursday I will. And it's likely going to be way longer. Now the thing is that, like, depending on how long it is, I may actually have to stop midway through. Because I do have work on that next day, on Friday. So if that happens, then I will continue it on Friday. How close are we to caught up on CN? Story-wise, in terms of major events, we're like 2 major events behind. So we have a Deep Oblivion, and then the one that's coming out now. Now, whether they choose to catch us up or not is going to be a contentious topic, because they shortened the event for this one. Which means we are getting sped up just a little bit, but it doesn't seem to be hyper fast. So as it stands right now, with everything involved, we're going to be like around 8 to 9 months behind. So if they choose to keep shortening the major events, like they do double banners for the major events, then we will eventually catch up, but it won't be for like 3 years or something like that. Yeah, we're still, as far as I know, we've gotten almost all of the quality of life stuff that's in China right now, except for the Dorito exchange amongst, basically the update to the Dorito shop. That's basically the only thing that's missing, as far as I know. There are some features that they're messing with in China, but those are features, not really quality of life. Maybe. Honestly, I still say this was the perfect time, because they did a double banner, and they did actually, technically it's a triple banner, because we got the banner selector too. So to slam 3 banners at us, yeah, the Dorito exchange would have been great at that time. But yeah, they didn't do it, which is pretty disappointing, but it is what it is, I guess. So before I log off, I do still want to react to Nixon's video. Not Nixon. What did I say? What did I say Nixon for? To Psyche's video. Readthrough first come out, yeah, they might do that. But I said I was going to react to Psyche's video, and I'm still going to do that, just because I said I would. I'm just glad I decided to wait until after the story and not at the story is over and not at the beginning. With the sus thumbnail, yeah. Oh, where is it? It's not my front page anymore, so gotta search for it. Nah, just go to his profile. It's not popping up because the video didn't do that well. Remember, right? Not as well as his other videos. Okay. I am gonna go ahead and put this on screen. And also turn off this stuff.
Good.
Go back. Hold on. I gotta set everything up first. There we go. Hello, future YouTube. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I agree. Okay, so for some of you guys who don't know, Psyche originally started as a Nikkei creator. And he blew up because he was like one of the few people that actually did guides for Nikkei. I basically saw him go from zero to hero. To start off as like a small content creator, and then he grew bigger and bigger. And then he eventually got into just reviewing gacha games in general. So he has a pretty long list, even longer than mine. And people were pretty surprised by how many gacha games I played over time. So Psyche originally reviewed Girls Frontline 1, and the review for Girls Frontline 1 was pretty good. The worst you can say about it is that it's outdated. He used like old guides that I believe his Discord gave him those old guides. They didn't give him any updated ones that were on the official Discord for Girls Frontline. So a lot of his gameplay opinions don't particularly mean anything in the long scheme, in the grand scheme of things. But overall, it was a good review. I guess the things that did matter for Ghost Frontline 1, like the story, he heavily praised. And of course, the gameplay in of itself for Ghost Frontline was very unique, despite being very demanding. Overall, he gave a pretty solid review. He was pretty positive about it. There are some negative things, but not really anything egregious that I really disagree with much. This one seems to be more contentious. I know some people on chat was having some disagreements with what he said. So I am interested in seeing what he says here. Now, enough me yapping for now. Let's see what's going on.
Goon Lagoon. It feels like I was just here yesterday, and I'm sure this won't be my last visit either. Objectively speaking, I think I can give Girls Frontline 2 Exilium a full score when it comes to quality, and the global launch arguably brought it back from the brink of death when it performed poorly on the Chinese servers.
This is completely true. This is one of the extremely rare cases where global and Japan and Korea, well, basically anywhere that's not China, is hard carrying the sales right now. Because of the whole thing with China. That the whole thing with the Raymond shit, that somehow that was contentious enough to basically put China in all shambles. And then there's other things too that happened. But I would actually say the whole thing with Diane was the catalyst.
The first time I reviewed Exilium, I gave the game a good week of playtime and then realized it just wasn't for me. However, earlier this year, something changed. I reviewed the first GFL game, and while you can watch my video on it, the long story short is that it's got some really unique ideas, but it's dragged down by certain outdated design choices that no longer hold up due to its aging lifespan. I came back to GFL 2 because I really wanted to see how they would handle a game in the same universe with modern standards and gameplay. I particularly praised the quality of story in the first GFL game, and during my review of it, I specifically said, "And I feel there's such a difference in tone between this and Exilium that they almost feel like completely different entities. If Exilium is able to achieve the same level of writing, then I will be sure to return to it." So, does it live up to the writing quality of the first game?
No.
Coming from someone now having experienced the first game, I feel like GFL 2 has been an upgrade in many ways, but does
So this one is kind of strange. I don't know where Psyche is going with this at the moment, because it feels like he's going to be more heavily focused on the story and not particularly the gameplay. Even though a lot of people would say the gameplay is actually better in Ghost Frontline 2 than Ghost Frontline 1. Me personally, I think the unique elements of Ghost Frontline 1 is more preferable. But I think everyone and their mother would agree that Ghost Frontline 1 is a lot harder to get into. Like, a fuck ton harder. So Ghost Frontline 2 is a lot easier to get into, and the gameplay overall is fun, in my opinion anyways. But if he's focusing much more on story, yes, that is a much more contentious topic.
Despite the jankiness of its predecessor, Exilium just never really captured the magic that I was looking for, even after having completed the whole base storyline so far. My name is Psyche, and welcome to this follow-up review of Exilium. Now that we're half a year into the global server's launch, I want to go over my thoughts as a returning player and why its mechanics makes it one of the best gachas you can play on the market. As a sequel, however, it's a little middling. What I think everyone will agree on is that GFL 2 has some amazing graphics, so realistic that the technology to render the stocking textures has been patented. Alongside the stellar animation quality, the game almost feels wasted when displayed on a small phone screen. I gotta appreciate those graphics in higher detail, if you know what I mean. Using the Red Magic Astro tablet, I can do just that. So let me tell you all about it in this brief message from the sponsor of
sponsor! Yep, hell yeah! Everyone, go do Red Magic.
More information.
Get the
once again.
Use his code.
Red Magic for sponsoring the video. Let's get back to the review. If you haven't watched my overcomplicated gacha review on the first game, I highly recommend it so you have some context. While I had many gripes with just how unforgiving its gameplay systems worked, such as basic quality of life features missing by modern standards, there was one aspect of it that I was completely sold by. To put it plainly, the story of the first GFL game is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Granted, it still suffers from what I call early gacha story syndrome, where the plot only picks up when you're decently into the chapters. But when you get over that hurdle, I'm not exaggerating, as someone that has read some of the best visual novels to exist, I will put GFL's writing not just one of the best in gacha gaming, but one of the best in visual novels overall.
Whew, that is a big claim. Now, I will admit I haven't read a lot of visual novels, but that is a massive claim. Now, I will say Ghost Frontline 1 as a whole, I actually didn't expect for him to say that, because he didn't say that in his other review. He said it was great. He didn't say it was one of the best he's ever read. The main problem I have for Ghost Frontline 1, and I know a lot of people were asking me this before, the main issue I have with the story is that it's very complicated for no reason. The writing can get very confusing when it doesn't need to be. Like when they use too much terminology, and they use the same term for different things. And sometimes you have to keep so much in mind. And if you do keep it in mind, it sometimes feels like that the writers don't. And so you kind of had to like correct it yourself. There is a lot of issues with Ghost Frontline 1's. Hold on. I need to get rid of pinging. There is a lot of issues with Ghost Frontline's writing. But the story as a whole, I will say, is fantastic. And when the writing is on point, you're locked in. So as far as its own genre, it's definitely one of the best. I do agree with that. But with the way how he's setting this up, I can begin to see why he's going to be disappointed in Ghost Frontline 2's story.
The amount of understanding of certain historical events and how it puts its own unique spin on how the GFL universe diverged from our timeline. How the geopolitical themes of factions vying for power and dominance are handled with such precision and maturity. How the overall storyline flows extremely well and builds on what was present in the previous chapter, instead of feeling like separate plots. My favorite part? You play as a private military contractor that's tasked with specific missions in shaping the bigger picture. You're not a superhuman capable of changing the world at a large scale. You're just a small fry caught in the middle of everything. Each new chapter feels like a faithful continuation of the last, with the overall story building up towards an ultimate climax. The most surprising aspect about the first game's story is that characters actually develop. They change. If it's a plot-relevant NPC, they might even get killed off. At the end of it all, you never solve the problem. The bad guys get away. You just delay the inevitable. Once in a blue moon, back when I still read visual novels, there were times when I get up and realize that I've been sitting on my desk reading the story for 5 hours straight. There's very few gacha stories that have gotten me to this point, but GFL is one of those cases. The following is a short excerpt that was originally supposed to be present in one of my past videos but was ultimately cut. I'd say the chapter that really kick-started my investment in the GFL universe has got to be Continuum Turbulence. The story opens with Sopmod, a dull contract.
Okay, so he wasn't that impressed by Singularity, or rather, maybe he was impressed by Singularity, but it was really CT that really did it in for him. That's honestly, that is a little strange because I think, in my opinion, if you ignore the highlights, I think CT is one of the weaker ones. That doesn't mean it was bad. I just mean that it wouldn't be what I would call a favorite. So that's pretty interesting.
Contracted under the private military company, Griffin and Kruger, waking up battered and bruised on a battlefield, with everyone around her seemingly dead or scrapped. Saltmod is part of the Anti-Rain Team, an elite squad of dolls that carried out important tasks, and had a carefree attitude and almost childlike qualities. The battlefield is still teeming with enemies, and Saltmod is without a capable body for combat. She's awoken by a transmission from M16, one of her companions in the AR team. However, M16 looks different than her usual self, emitting a signal that only Griffin's arch-rival faction, the Sangvis Fairy, would. Has she defected to the enemy team? She explains that Griffin has been betrayed by the military for their own personal agenda, and is ousting Griffin as a terrorist organization. The AR team, unfortunately, was caught in the crossfire. Sopmod pulls her badly damaged body upright and ponders if M16 can still be trusted. But M16 criticizes her former ally for such a black and white perspective on good or bad. She tells Sopmod to repair herself with parts scavenged from fallen Sangvis dolls, and she reluctantly does so, all the while wondering what to do from now.
I'm sorry, what did he say?
From fallen Sangvis dolls. And she reluctantly does so,
Sangvis.
all the while wondering what to do
right.
from now on, now that she has no one else
really.
to rely
It's
on
Sangvis,
for orders.
Yeah.
They move to a nearby safe house and find M4, the leader of the AR team, safe but unconscious. Realizing that Sopmod doesn't have the capabilities to awaken M4, M16 urges her to leave M4 here for now. Picking up the nearby lifeless remains of RO635, Sopmod's closest companion and the one she always took orders from, she sets out to connect RO's core into a power source and into a new body. At the very least, in the midst of all this death and destruction, she may be able to save her friend. Now, this introduction is a lot to take in, but it's a very strong start to the plot. You have an inciting incident that immediately kicks off a sense of urgency. You have the childlike Salt mod that was sheltered by her companions, now forced to think independently. Do I trust M16 or not? Do I rescue the allied Griffin dolls or go straight to find a power supply? This side protagonist in the overall GFL universe is now seen in a new light as she's tested at every turn as she carries out an extremely personal goal. All the while slowly unraveling the story into a much bigger plot involving dealing with a military group that betrayed them. This was the moment I realized, okay, they're actually serious about this now. You can see that the writing takes such a stark contrast to most stories in modern gacha games. They just don't make them like this anymore. Over the past couple months, I've been slowly reading through the story events of the first game. I'm still reading through the dual randomness chapter, but one major advantage I found with gacha games focused on story is that their overall runtime for each plotline is long. Very long. For example, a playthrough of the dual randomness chapter on autoplay lasts for 12 hours, and this is without the gameplay portions. The reason why each storyline feels oddly fleshed out is the long runtime, and I know this is likely the same case for similar games like Arknights, which I will play soon. The saddest part, I don't think Exilium even has a chance for the story to reach the same peak as the first game, and this is primarily because of how its monetization model has changed.
Let me go ahead and talk about this first, since he's getting into Ghost Frontline 2. So, I still find it a little strange that he picked CT out of everything, because CT is so unique compared to all of the other ones. Because in CT you have alternate endings that you can branch off to explore other aspects. He also didn't really talk about like the commander himself and his involvement in that, because that's when the commander actually gets significantly fleshed out. So that's a little strange. He probably just decided to not mention it, but there's a lot of things from CT that doesn't carry over to any other stories, like how they're structured. And the whole thing about like characters, our side characters getting fleshed out, that's both true and not true at the same time. So I'm not sure what his reading order was, but this should have happened before CT, because there was Deep Dive, and Deep Dive was Squad 4's initial story, and if there was any story that should have said, oh, they're really serious about this, it should have been Deep Dive first. So again, we don't know what his reading order was, but nonetheless, I do overall agree with what he's saying. It's just a weird option to go for, as I say, like, oh, this is the time where they're actually serious with the writing. Now, when he says that Ghost Frontline 2 may not reach those same heights, I find that a little disingenuous, because one, he just hasn't read all of the Ghost Frontline story yet. Because a fair amount of people would say that the writing quality for Ghost Frontline 1 does take a bit of a dip after one point. I won't mention when, but there is a bit of a dip. And I would say Ghost Frontline 2's story has only gotten better over time, at least in the writing quality. Its main issue right now is just that it's slow as fuck. But honestly, if you really want to get to brass tacks, so was Ghost Frontline 1's. I'm not sure when CT came out, but it definitely wasn't the first year when it came out. So, yeah, this one's a pretty strange take right now, because I know some people were saying that he wasn't really giving Ghost Frontline 2 a fair shake. I am of the opinion that if you don't feel a spark in something, then you shouldn't force yourself to keep going. If you don't like it, you don't like it. But I will say, as it stands right now, the comparison is a little bit slanted. Because as it stands right now, Ghost Frontline 1 is a complete story, and you want to be locked in on it. Ghost Frontline 2 has a lot of story, but it's only in CN right now. A lot of the good shit right now is in CN at the moment. Now, about the whole argument of like, well, Ghost Frontline 1 has like years worth of story and years worth of quality and improvement. I will say that comparison is going to happen regardless of how many years has been developed into the game, because it's a new game. Ghost Frontline 1 and Ghost Frontline 2 are more or less competing with each other for your time, more or less, because Ghost Frontline 1 is still ongoing at the moment. So yes, the comparison is unfair, but the comparison is going to happen regardless. And Ghost Frontline 2, I would say, especially at the beginning, it doesn't have that same vibe that Ghost Frontline 1 has. And if anything, I expect him to get into that. And depending on the details, I will either counter it or agree with it. We'll see how it goes.
I've talked about this in a previous video, but this is something I like to call the gacha motive of storytelling. Something I think the majority of players would see eye to eye on is that the primary way on how a gacha game is monetized these days is through its characters. They are marketable products sold to you with all the emotional attachments that come along with them. To sell them, the game would have to keep releasing new characters in a timely manner to fit the live service nature of the game. Gacha games need to release new characters to retain new and existing players, and said characters would have to be involved in the story in one way or another. Because of this difference in approach, every one of Exilium's new dolls have to be marketable and sold to you, and given a tight update schedule, the story content has to be delivered without too much dead air in between patches. This approach can affect how the story is written, primarily how logically the overall storyline flows. For example, do you sometimes feel that new dolls joining the commander in the Elmo kinda feels shoehorned in? As in, it doesn't make too much sense why they will be joining at this particular time. How the first game's story worked is that it wasn't forced to constantly release new dolls, because the gacha system revolved around pulling for costumes and furniture instead. You just made the dolls through construction, where you could reliably get everyone as a free-to-play. The central cast mainly follows 3 different groups: the Anti-Rain Team, Squad 404, and Task Force Defy. You'll usually get some brief cameos from some lesser important dolls, but from beginning to end, it was about these central groups. You get to see how they grow and overcome challenges, how they change and develop. They're given ample time to mature and bring fresh perspectives to the story. It wasn't bound to the gacha motive of storytelling. In my opinion, this is one of the strongest central casts I've seen in a gacha game. When I returned to Exilium, I was so excited to see what they would look like in 3D. Is Soap Mod okay? Is she alright? I might not be too interested in playing the game now, but I know I'll be returning when Squad Defy makes their appearance. So let's finally talk about
Okay, so I think overall, I would have to disagree with what he just said. They both did the same marketing strategy. The big difference is that whenever a new doll was released, they weren't the central focus of that story, but they were indeed shoehorned in for essentially no reason. And they would show up for that chapter, do whatever, and then they will never show up again. So this is, I don't know, this one feels kind of silly to make a comparison. He says that there are 3 primary groups that need to be followed in Ghost Frontline 1. And in Ghost Frontline 2, the structure is different, but it's effectively the same thing. Because all of those T-dolls are being gathered back into the Elmo. And I feel like a big issue that he's having is that he doesn't know these other T-dolls backstories, because they do exist, especially if they have Mod 3 stories. A lot of them do have writing involved in side stories and Mod 3 stories, and even in Project Neuro Cloud, if that's applicable. So it comes with being a sequel. There is prior knowledge involved. And if you happen to know these T-dolls because you played the previous games, it's a hype moment. And if you haven't, then you just happen to see these new, well, you would perceive them as new T-dolls showing up. But they promptly explain how they came to be, what they were doing for the past 10 years. And there's a ton of backlog of reading within the Dusty Memories and the Dusty Journal, which I'm not even sure if you read those, that explains a lot of what they were doing. I say the only thing that has been kind of wishy-washy is the agreement, because we don't have the context of how Kalina did what she did. Like, he's going to read those. If he likes the story, he should. Especially if he's going to criticize the story, he should read those. I'm not going to lie. Because that's actually a huge part of the development. So, yeah, I'm going to have to disagree with what he said here. I feel like there's so much he is missing. But honestly, if it was a new player, I kind of get it. Yeah, if he was just being a player, I wouldn't really bring this up, because I'd be more understanding. But he hasn't even mentioned the Dusty Journal and the Dusty Memories. And he says that these things just kind of happen out of nowhere and you don't know these characters, when that is just straight up wrong. The information is there, and it's not really hidden either. So, yeah, I just disagree with that.
Exilium. This time, I will be returning as someone with a good amount of context that has played the first game. Let's see how it measures up to my expectations. I've reached Commander level 60, spent around $15 on the game, and collected a decent bit of roster in the past couple months. First, the good. The overall quality of Exilium is fantastic. I think this is one of the best looking gacha games on the market out right now, and I don't think many would even argue against it. The overall lore also draws in a lot of reference from the original, enough to make you think that they at least have some understanding of staying faithful to the first game. I played through a great portion of the main
Have some degree of staying faithful to the original? What do you mean by that? I need to hear that again.
The overall lore also draws in a lot of reference from the original, enough to make you think that they at least have some understanding of staying faithful to the first game.
I don't know if you're saying that as a negative, as like a backhanded compliment, or if that actually was just a compliment. Because, at least as far as I know, there has been no contradictions. In fact, the only contradiction has been from Ghost Frontline 1 and not Ghost Frontline 2. So I don't know what he actually means by that. That's a really strange thing to say.
I played through a great portion of the main story up until the end of Chapter 8. Throughout, there were sprinkles of all sorts of references with callbacks to the original. Oh, they used the Elmo as their central base. Like this same Elmo? Wait, that's what Kalina looks like now? Oh, Paraduce is involved. Isn't that a big deal? The first time I went through this, I never really paid much attention, but if you have gone through the same journey as the commander with the first game, you'll immediately start picking up these moments. They hit quite differently depending on your background on the GFL universe. I know you technically don't have to play the first game to enjoy Exilium, I just find that your experience will be enhanced quite a lot if you do. I also noticed some subtle references that made me appreciate Exilium.
Let me stop right there. So there is a good video. A good video from a YouTuber who actually played Ghost Frontline 2 without any knowledge of Ghost Frontline 1. And he said that he found it to be a better experience. Well, he doesn't really have the context. But he at the very least found it to be a great experience playing Ghost Frontline 2 without any knowledge of Ghost Frontline 1, because they do a good job at laying down the foundation of the mystery behind all these terms that pop up. Because if you go into Ghost Frontline 2, you have to understand that it is a sequel. So not just a sequel, but a direct sequel. So the writers have the responsibility of bringing in new players and satisfying veterans. So they don't want to cut off everything. They want to make sure that those references are still there. And if you don't know those references, there is enough in place where you can at least infer what is going on. And if you don't know it quite yet, they will explain it through context. You know, they're not going to say like, it's Paradis. Paradis was this cult from 10 years ago that did a lot of bad shit. And yeah, I really hate them as a commander. And I've been on a mission to kill this guy named William. No, they're not going to exposition dump you. They provide more information through context. And that's what they have been doing for like, since ever, to be honest. Now, there have been times when they did exposition dump. But they have tried to make it natural because we have new dolls like Krolik. Krolik does ask questions like, hey, what is this? And they will give an answer to that. But they don't do it excessively. So again, this is one of those things where I don't quite agree with how he's framing it. I do agree that having the knowledge of Ghost Frontline 1 is very hype. I do definitely agree with that. But his experience of him not really liking the story because he didn't know anything, I think it's just a matter of not being in the correct headspace. Or maybe he just prefers knowing things and not being part of the mystery. To be a bit more charitable.
William. For example, I was casually admiring the door mode one day, and all of a sudden, I realized the melody of the background music, and I thought, no way, they actually put that there. What about this tune from the Vampire Survivors minigame? You bet I recognize that. They used the chibis from the first game, which by some accounts could be argued as laziness, but I overall didn't have a problem with that and thought it was a cool throwback.
I don't have a problem with it either. Just throw that out there. I thought it was a really good way to do a throwback using the chibi models.
Full sweep feature is a good touch with quite a lot of freebie events that give stamina and other goodies. Having played the game for a month or so, you do get enough currency to make a decent amount of progress towards the pity for newly released dolls, assuming you do all the activities. I guess we can talk about the daily activities next. The dailies in this game will take a bit longer than your other usual gachas. You can sweep levels to spend stamina fast enough, but there's also platoon-related activities that's honestly kinda hit or miss for some people. The PvP mode where you bully Colfine over and over, which I honestly just don't have the patience or interest for, but at least you just have to clear it once a day. The mode that I did quite find interesting was Boundary Push. There's a meta progression system, and it plays quite differently than your other modes. It puts a different spin on the usual formula, and I thought the real-time strategy puzzle element was intriguing to figure out, one of the additions that I actively did enjoy playing. So the past events tab is not yet implemented as I'm recording this, though I know it will be there soon. Curiously enough, this button has been there at launch. Anyways, you can't go back and view the past events, and GFL 2 does the exact same thing as the first game, where the events account for new story content, except they're not made available permanently. I don't know why this has to be an issue, since most other games with the same content cycle just make the older events available right away.
It's primarily for FOMO. They want you to be playing constantly, and basically the main draw-in for most people with playing Ghost Frontline is to actually just the story. So if they don't produce the story and make it permanent, it makes it so that you have to tune back in monthly at the very least. That's why they do it. Not saying it's good, I'm saying that's the strategy. And it's up to you if you hate that or not. Me personally, I agree it should just be permanent. But it's one of those things where you just either had to accept it or don't. Because I'll be honest with you, it's even worse than Ghost Frontline 1. I say Ghost Frontline 1's maintaining past events is way worse. That's why they got all these resources that tell us a story instead. Yeah, I mean, there's also YouTube as well.
I will say this, I read through the Aphelion campaign story, and it's probably the only time when I felt some kind of resemblance to the way the first game wrote its narrative. You have new information on how the world works.
Wait, what the fuck? Aphelion? You gotta be kidding me. Did he skip Diane's event? Did he skip Cinterace's event? Aphelion was a time when he thought it was like Ghost Frontline 1? There's no way. He must have skipped Diane's and Cinterace's events. He must have had to. Because there's no fucking way. There's no way he would think this. Like, one of the tweets that I threw out was that Cinterace's event literally felt like I was back in Ghost Frontline 1. Yeah, he must have skipped it. I don't think there's any other way. He's looking for stakes. There's a lot of stakes in the Cinterace's event. And Diane's too, to be completely frank. In fact, I think Cinterace's event, like, just throwing this out there, I think Cinterace's event is better than Aphelion, to be completely honest. Now, Cinterace does have good old Dimitri, and he's always a super badass. But in terms of things feeling like Ghost Frontline 1, I think Cinterace's event did it a lot better. So, yeah. That he restarted. Okay. Okay, so he restarted playing during Klukai's event. That makes a lot more sense. But why did he not disclose that? If he actually said that he started playing again during Klukai's event, that would make a lot more sense. But the fact that he hasn't said it here, just as a disclaimer, makes it very weird.
Fleshed out NPCs that play fairly big roles and change over time. Plus, you get to see what 404 has been up to. It's not quite on the same level yet, but it gives me an idea on what the game is capable of. So, if I were to give a quick summary of all my critiques with the game, I would say that Exilium follows a lot of tropes of modern gacha games, and I will conclude that the game is just good. It doesn't really do anything innovative, but it's good enough to carry its popularity and grow over time. GFL 2 is one of the more successful gacha launches in recent memory, with its community steadily growing over time, which is a very good indicator of its health. It's very clear that these progression and gacha systems work to draw in newcomers. If it works for everyone else, well hey, no complaints from me. But I will be going over my thoughts on everything. All throughout, I'll be making some direct comparisons to Snowbreak. Now, I'm not being sponsored by Snowbreak to say anything here. I just want...
Okay. This will be interesting. Now, I have played Snowbreak before, but I really couldn't get that much into it. I have a friend who loves Snowbreak. But let's see how this goes.
I want to point out some similarities, as these two games are targeting more or less the same player demographic. Overall, I found that the XCOM gameplay loop felt pretty novel at first, and as you collect more dolls to kit out your roster, you'll start noticing some cool synergies you can pull off. Over the past couple months, I pulled Klukai, along with some others. So I thought, well, I guess I can try building a corrosion team just to see what an actual team looks like. I found the leveling system to be fairly straightforward, if not a little grindy. You'll need a lot of these tickets to max out a unit. I mean, in a typical gacha, if you want a unit to perform well endgame, they obviously gotta be level 60 for both character and weapons, invested in some keys, and rolled attachments with their set bonuses.
Okay,
the attachment system doesn't seem that stingy, where you can just select the set you want. There's still some bits of RNG involved, though you can reliably get some high rolls on these substats. It's fine, admittedly. For new players, the max level cap is tied to account level, so you have to wait until level 60 before you can max out the dolls.
Yeah.
I found that sometimes the gameplay felt a little samey, but maybe it's just due to how I haven't collected enough dolls to see enough variation.
No, it's pretty samey if you do story mode stuff. Assuming he hasn't hit level 60 yet, because it sounds like he hasn't hit level 60 yet. I don't quite know. I'm not even sure. Well, I really should let this play just to see more of it. But just straight up, I want to hear about the in-game modes. Like, has he done Gunsmoke? I hate Gunsmoke, but has he done Gunsmoke? Has he done... what's it called? Drill expansion. And has he done the Frenzy mode? Has he done the boss fights? I want to know what he says about that. Because for me, I don't have a super high opinion on Ghost Frontline 2's in-game. But if he doesn't mention it, that just means to me, or that what that says to me is that he hasn't played them. Which would be a problem if he is going to make comparisons.
Some of the later challenges, like the bosses, mainly felt like a numbers game where you're just trying to exploit phase weaknesses. But I mean, which gacha game doesn't do that?
Yeah, he said that there was a... that the guild was hit or miss for him. So he hasn't talked about Gunsmoke yet. But we'll see.
The gacha system itself is also pretty average. They tend to give a decent amount of currency, so you can reliably score a lot of new dolls. The rates, though, not too good. It's the classic Hoyoverse formula with a 50% rate up and second rate up guarantee. The weapon banner works exactly the same way. I'm just gonna be honest, I don't like this weapon system. Because the standard banner has a 50% rate up on the weapon you want, you won't have a steady source of the standard 5 stars, and 4 stars generally are placeholders unless you can get their limit break high enough. I'm typically someone that saves for one copy of whatever new SSR is available, then just don't bother with the weapon banner at all. The 4-star department is also lacking. Aside from Lada, released at launch, there is no new 4 stars, not even in the CN servers. Now, if you have no problems with this in other games, then I don't see how you would have a problem here. I just have a lot of respect for games that do make lower rarities more accessible, or ones that add that limited characters to the standard pool. Snowbreak has a 100%
Before he gets into Snowbreak, I will agree with him that as a whole, I am not particularly happy with what they decided as their gacha model. I think they could have done a lot better with it, but at the same time, I do understand that they put in a lot of work with the modeling and the animations for each doll, and they probably can't do batches of 4 like they could in the past. So that means that if they do release SRs, that is extra work for them. I know, blah blah blah, billion-dollar company, all that stuff. I'm just saying, I understand why they went with that model. One, they wanted money, and their gacha system and Ghost Frontline 1 was frankly awful. Both of them were. And in Ghost Frontline 2, they went with a standard model, but it is basically a fact that they give a lot more currency than the Hoyoverse games do, and even Wuthering Waves. As a person who does play Wuthering Waves, the amount of grind you had to do to get even a little bit of currency is kind of insane. Especially if you don't have a lot of time. So, I do believe that we need more SRs. I do believe that the weapon banner is kind of whatever. I don't mind it too much. I hate that it's 75-25, not just 100, like how it is in Wuthering Waves. Because it feels awful not getting that weapon. It does kind of make me want to quit sometimes, because it just feels like, man, I should just save for another character. And the 50-50 system for the characters themselves, obviously, it's predatory. The 50-50 system has always been predatory. I personally hate it. I even made a video saying how much I hate it. But it is what it is. it's okay. The Hoyoverse games honestly are way worse, even though just from the fact that there's just less currency in the Hoyoverse games.
Banner type, so losing the coin flip isn't an issue. I do know that the gacha currency is given out a bit less frequently over there, so you're likely going to score less new operatives overall, but it just feels fair that you always get to work towards what you want. Instead of a weapon skin in the event shop, Snowbreak gives a 4-star welfare weapon instead. It's tailor-made to be compatible with the current rate-up operative, and while it's obviously worse than the 5-star, it's often usable, and the game feels like you can just forget about the weapon banner entirely if you wanted to. Again, just like progression, the gacha is just fine. I also want to...
I will say you can get the SR weapons while you're trying to pull for the character. So there is that as well. Obviously, that's still RNG. I'm just throwing it out there because you have to set it.
Talk about the dupe system. This is more or less a discussion on dupes in the entirety of gacha games in general, but since GFL 2 fits the bill of what I want to talk about, guess I'll go over it here. The dupe system is also copied from MiHoYo's antics, of additional segments with weapons going up to 5. Currently, there is no way to farm for dupe levels for limited characters outside of the gacha. By itself, again, if you're okay with this kind of system in other gacha...
He's probably speaking more generally, but obviously there are certain characters you can grind for in Ghost Frontline 2, that being Sabrina, and sorry, her name is escaping me right now. It's the one in the guild. If someone could just throw her name out there, because I'm really blanking out on her right now for some reason. It's the one that's in the guild. I cannot remember her name at the moment. I don't know why. Papa Shah. Yes, that's what it is. Those are the only two that you can farm dupes for. Everyone else, yeah, it's gacha.
Then it's not really a problem here. Over the past couple months, after having played a lot of other gachas, I do want to bring out another perspective. So the more gacha games I played, I noticed that there's usually two types of dupe systems. The first is the same as games like GFL 2 or any of the Hoyo games, where you get new passives and abilities. Or games such as Nikke, Arknights, Epic 7, or dare I say it, Etheria Restart. These games give stat boosts for pulling dupes only. Now, let's assume that you're a free-to-play or low spender, and you don't care about pulling signature weapons or dupes, meaning that all this stuff doesn't even apply to you. If you were given a choice of which type of dupe system to have in a game, which one would you prefer? For me, stat-based all the way. When you pull a character, it feels like you have access to their whole kit. There's no hidden passives or upgrades locked behind more copies. You can wail for more stats, sure, but just for me, this type of system feels more fair. When I saw that a whale Klukai can use her overpowered AoE ult twice without needing to kill anything, or how it literally just widens the AoE by 2 tiles, I was like, damn, well my Clucky can't do that. To be fair, this is a gacha game, and of course, if you pull for weapons or dupes, you will become more powerful. This is usually more apparent in turn-based games, because if you do the exact same thing every run of a level, and you notice that you can suddenly kill an enemy in 1 action instead of 2, then you know that extra dupe is what got you that win. It's easier to see the benefits of vertically investing in character dupes or weapons. In all honesty, this is likely just a personal gripe of mine. Maybe you don't care about this kind of dupe system at all.
So, as far as that is concerned, if I had to pick one or the other, I think, just based on my experience, I would prefer the stat system as well, but that's also assuming that every character is actually good out of the box. So, because for example, Most of Nagan is probably the best example of this. She's only good once you get her to V3, and she becomes amazing at V6. But she's a standard character, so you can always pull for her dupes over time. So eventually she gets to a point where she's incredibly strong. So that's just another sense of progression. I feel like what's important for these games is being able to have a sense of progression. And with the stat boost only type of thing, you do lose that. So maybe for the short-term benefits, having the full kit is good. But if you're only getting stats, it does feel underwhelming to get a dupe, which is the bad thing, I would say. Since this is a gacha, you're going to get dupes. If you get a dupe, you want that dupe to feel good. And that's the whole point of having the Hoyoverse dupe system. So it's a give or take. Personally, I can handle both. It really just depends on the game and how they kit out their characters over time.
Also, Snowbreak lets you farm the shards needed to get dupes, so there's that as well. I don't think it's a stretch to say that GFL 2 has copied a lot of systems and design choices from MiHoYo. From the gacha rates, to the dupe system, to the weapons, to the standard banner. Now, if you've been playing MiHoYo games...
Hold on, to the weapons? No. Like, actually, no. So, if he's talking about that the weapons are the same from MiHoYo, he's saying that the artifact system is basically the same, which is definitely not. The artifact system is a hell and a half to go through. And it's also more expensive. So, no, I had to disagree with that. If you want to do like a surface level of like, hey, these attachments are basically artifacts because you had to farm for drops and stuff, and sure, you can say that, but it is significantly faster to kit out your characters with attachments in Girls Frontline 2 than it is for any Hoyoverse title. Yeah, this comparison, I just don't agree with it. Unless you want to be purely surface level, which at that point I think you are being a little disingenuous. But yes, I do agree that they basically copied the gacha system because that's what was working.
Previously and don't mind how these systems work, no problem. I don't think they're inherently bad, I'm just saying that it doesn't make the game stand out or particularly generous. The monetization is just average. Lastly, to give a callback to the reason most players are playing this game, I mean, look, if you're here to goon, say no more. I'm afraid Snowbreak offers some stiff competition there too. Take a look at this interactive skin. Now, there's plenty of fanservice gacha games out there, and it's not really my place to tell you which ones does it better. Everyone's got different tastes after all. The main reason I returned to Exilium is that I became attached to the first game and its universe. The first Girls Frontline, despite its jank, was really something special. And I don't think the same magic is captured in Exilium. For me, it's just a quality gacha game, and that's how I'll probably see it. I know when Task Force Defy returns, I'll be returning for more of the main story. However, I think GFL 2 is a good example of how, as long as you're able to use whatever formula works in the market, create a quality product, people will play it. I see Exilium as a game that I'll drop in every now and then for certain story events, and I certainly don't take issue with people enjoying the game. If I was given...
Yeah, that he basically just admitted it there, that he only drops in for certain story events, which means he has been skipping the characters' events. He has no idea that the character events are actually important. Like, he has no idea that the character events are actually story relevant, for the most part. So yeah, he basically skipped Diane's event, and he skipped Cynthia Racy's event, and he is going to miss out on Lainey's event, because he's going to skip that too. Basically, he's only dropping in for the major events, which is a huge mistake. Yeah, this... Yeah, it's like, yeah, let's just skip all the story and say it's not important. And then say the story is worse than in Ghost Frontline 2. Which, yes, you can totally say that the story in Ghost Frontline 2 is worse than in Ghost Frontline 1. You'll have people agree with you on that. But the reasons that he shown here is just not correct. It's disingenuous. Which is unfortunate because I do think that Psyche is usually very thorough in his analysis, but for this one, he just really dropped the ball on this one, to be completely honest. He says he's just going to wait for Defy to come out, more or less. And he's going to have no idea what's going on, because he's going to miss a lot of context. That's so strange. And then And then just to go back a little bit, he said he more or less implied that Ghost Frontline 2 is only popular because of gooning, which that's really bad. Yeah, that's really bad. Yeah, I don't know what. That's really terrible.
And the opportunity for a sponsor, hey, I'd probably take it. For me, the story of GFL ended with the first game. I don't know what this is supposed to be. Until it can show me they can reach the same emotional peak as the first game, it's a title I'd enjoy casually playing while watching a YouTube video on my second monitor. And that's why for me, GFL 2 Exilium is a great game and an average sequel. Thank you for tuning into this follow-up review, and let me know what you think. If you enjoy catching...
Yeah, I think this one needed more research, bro. Yeah, that's really... I don't know, man. I like Psyche a lot. I really respect him. But as someone who played both games, and they're both my favorites, they're like both S ranks for me. This is... I gotta say, this is a bad review. And I don't like saying that, because like I said, I really respect Psyche. I really like him. But this one feels... It doesn't feel well researched. This feels phoned in. And he went for the low-hanging fruit of like, yeah, this is only a Gooner game. Which, that's actually insulting. Not gonna lie. That's actually insulting. And then he basically said, just go play Snowbreak. It's like, bro, did I fall back in 2024? Because a lot of people were just saying go play Snowbreak back then too. This one is so weird. Oh man. I don't know what to say. This one is a bad review. I'm not gonna lie. This is not phoned in. This is looking at notes for 2 seconds and throwing it across the room. Oh man. I don't know, man. You could say it's a chat GPT review. I don't know. Like, I'm not going to insult him. I don't want to insult him as a person. Because I truly think that his... he does very good reviews. He does. But this one, he totally dropped the ball. Absolutely. And he didn't put in any disclaimers or anything like that. He didn't say, hey, I skipped these events. We kind of had to infer that he didn't play it, because there's no way a guy that enjoyed Ghost Frontline 1 would not enjoy Diane's and Cinterace's events, which are extremely story relevant. And then he said he's only going to drop in once the fight comes back, and just going to miss all the context of all the other character stories, which are also main story relevant. And then he says that he doesn't know what this story is for Ghost Frontline 2. Which, I'm like, wow. Wow. Are those events able to be played currently? At the moment, no. Which is why I said he should have put down disclaimers that he skipped those events. Because he cannot do a review saying this stuff definitively without those disclaimers. It just looks disingenuous. And that's my main issue with this review. It just feels very disingenuous. Okay, someone want me to go look at the reviews. Or look at comments. Let me see. Yes, and that was on Serapod. He's around recently dealt with real-life hell, so now we expect maybe. Exams up for the law firm, early development, lack of direction, a very creative writing staff. Yeah, these are Yeah, these are kind of surface level stuff. For fine animations, yeah, the Clue Kai event was the best writing wise for me. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I see people trying to defend, but I don't see anyone roasting or anything like that, which is good to be honest. But yeah, I don't see any call outs, I guess you can say. Yeah, this is all fine. Yeah, this is just a strange one. I say this is a bad review in my opinion. Yeah, this is probably not going to be a video. Maybe he deleted comments. I don't believe he deletes comments. Yeah, this one was a rough one. I I don't know. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it at that, and just say it is what it is. Maybe he'll see this video, and maybe at some point, maybe he'll leave a pinned comment on his video saying what he missed or whatever. But for sure, I do agree with him with one thing. The past events not being available was a bad thing. And it would shape the way how you look at the story if you can't even find the context. But again, the whole thing that bothers me is that there was no disclaimer that he didn't read any of the events. And then just say that the story is bad without that context. So if at some point he explains that, I think that'll be good. But it is what it is. Thanks for watching. All right, that's the end of the react. Yeah, that one was oof, man. I don't know what to say about that one. That one's rough. And yeah, I gotta head off too. Yeah, that react will probably be up probably tomorrow because I have time to do it. But okay, I'm gonna go ahead and hop off. I need to go to sleep. So you guys take care. Thanks for watching. You have a good night.